Council meeting tonight, but first I'd like to go into the fact that we have 3 meetings tonight, and I'd like to have everybody understand how it's going to work. First, we're going to call to order the study session meeting at 6 o'clock. The clerk will call the roll. At 7 o'clock, we will adjourn this meeting, and in the event that we are not quite finished with our study session with our city auditor, we will table our conversation. We will then at 7 o'clock open up the meeting for the Public Improvement Corporation Board. Then we will take a motion to, City Clerk, are we approving something in this meeting?
The Public Improvement Corporation financial statement.
All right, thank you. And then we will re-adjourn the council meeting at 7:10, in which case we will take up special orders of the day with item number 3, which is the Tushura students and the marathon, and the Jordan Middle School students in the core values video. And then, if we have not finished the auditor's work with the study session, we will take up whatever we tabled, right where we left off. So, can the clerk please call the roll?
Councilmember Berman.
Here.
Councilmember Burt.
Here.
Councilmember Holman. Here. Councilmember Klein.
Here.
Vice Mayor Niss.
Here.
Councilmember Price. Councilmember Sharp. Councilmember Schmidt.
Here.
Mayor Shepard.
Here.
7 present.
All right, and we will now take up the study session on the National Citizen Surveys of 2013 and the City of Palo Alto's performance report for 2013. So, City Auditor, you have your presentation.
Homan Busina, Acting City Auditor. Thank you, Mayor Shepard and council members. I'd like to begin by introducing and thanking staff in my office, Dennis Tunch, Mimi Nguyen, Lisa Wahara, and Yuki Matsura, who have worked on the citizen survey and on the performance report. We have a brief presentation including highlights of the National Citizen Survey to begin. This is the 11th annual National Citizen Survey that was conducted by the NRC in coordination with the ICMA. Surveys were mailed to 1,200 Palo Alto households in August 2013. 337 surveys were returned. It's a 29% response rate. The NRC gathers information from approximately 500 local jurisdictions, and these are used for benchmarking. The National Citizen Survey has 4 components. There is a report, survey results, benchmark report, geographic subgroup comparisons report that compares responses from North and South Palo Alto, and a trend report, which is new, which I personally find very interesting since it provides information dating back to 2003, and you can see variances over the years. This next slide shows all of the survey recipients is indicated by dots. Those the NRC uses a GIS software system to track where these were sent, and those dots are actually the surveys. And the other thing that you'll see on this map is that the north-south border, which is the Page Mill Road or Oregon Expressway. And when we talk about the geographic comparisons, that is the north-south boundary. According to the NRC, overall quality of community life may be the best single indicator of success in providing natural ambiance, services, and amenities that make for an attractive community. This slide summarizes the overall community quality measures. Overall quality of life in Palo Alto, neighborhood as a place to live, Palo Alto as a place to live, recommend living in Palo Alto to someone who asks, and remain in Palo Alto for the next 5 years. As you will notice, for most of these residents rated Palo Alto very highly. The next slide shows year-over-year comparisons, and as our performance report doesn't focus on this area, I wanted to show some of the areas where there were statistically significant differences between last year's report and this year's report. This slide shows measures where there was an improvement in survey ratings. This includes percent of crime victims who reported the crime to the police, job growth seen as too slow, personal economic future. The next slide shows year-over-year comparison for measures where there was a decline, statistically significant decline, in survey ratings. These include land use planning and zoning, services provided by the federal government, by Santa Clara County government, the overall quality of new development in Palo Alto, amount of public parking, and Palo Alto as a place to retire. And this next slide continues with the measures with the decline. Safety in your neighborhood after dark, bus or transit services, safety in Palo Alto's downtown area after dark, participated in a club or civic group in Palo Alto, opportunities to participate in religious or spiritual events and activities, and safety from violent crime. Included in the report is what's known as a key driver analysis. This slide summarizes the key drivers. The NRC reviewed 19 services and identified 4 that correlated most highly with residents' perceptions about overall city service quality. These are public information services, public schools, sidewalk maintenance, and street lighting. In theory, by targeting improvements in key services, the city can focus on services that have the greatest likelihood of influencing residents' opinions about overall service quality. So there were no key drivers that were ranked below the benchmark or even trending lower in the 2013 survey, but the NRC notes that the city may wish to seek improvement in sidewalk maintenance since it received ratings similar to other benchmark jurisdictions. This next slide shows a summary of statistically significant differences in the geographic subgroups or variances between responses from North and South Palo Alto. This is listed in descending order of the variance. Services to seniors with North Palo Alto rating 86% rating excellent or good versus South Palo Alto 62% of respondents rating services to seniors excellent or good. So the variance is 24%, and you can just view all of the others in descending order: opportunities to attend cultural activities, opportunities to participate in social events, sense of community, openness, services to youth, quality of business, ease of bus travel, ease of rail travel. And this next slide continues in descending order. Overall direction Palo Alto is taking, recreational opportunities, availability of preventive health services, Palo Alto as a place to work, overall quality of life, shopping, overall appearance, environmental hazards, educational opportunities, neighborhood as a place to live, Palo Alto as a place to raise children. The next slide provides a snapshot of selected trends with improvements from the Trends Over Time report. So this is the new report I mentioned. We have improvements, significant improvements from 2003 to 2013 in employment opportunities, economic development, services to youth, availability of affordable quality housing, sidewalk maintenance. The next slide summarizes selected trends with a decline in the ratings: garbage collection, overall quality of new development, public parking, bus or transit services, and also in the next table, some of the safety perception ratings in Palo Alto's downtown area after dark and property crimes. This year, and last year, we compiled all of the National Citizen Survey data going back from 2003 to 2013 in a database format, and this is available on the city's open data platform. The raw data is comprised of approximately 5,000 records representing about 5,000 citizen surveys from 2003 through 2013. This raw data is accessible by residents and can be used, manipulated, analyzed, sliced and diced in any which way. And this concludes our presentation, and I'd like to open the session for questions you may have.
I see no questions. Okay, Councilmember Schmidt.
Yeah, thanks very much for the presentation and the report. I guess I did not have a copy of the slides up here. Is it possible to get a copy distributed to the council members?
At this moment or after the session?
After would be fine.
Yes, afterwards.
Yeah, the report itself is something that is good and is referenced throughout the year in a variety of ways. And it's good to have your summary of the items that you pulled out that were specifically important. I think the numbers that jump out to me are the dramatic decline in land use assessments by the city from 51% to 36%, and the quality of the new developments falling from 56 to 44. But I was particularly engaged, upset by the comparisons of the north-south divide. And you identified a series of them. And it is startling that the differences start at 24% between assessments of the North and the South. And you had a list, I believe, of 12 or 14 that are over 10 or 12%. In each case, the South is decidedly behind on those. So I guess I would like to ask staff just two simple questions. How do you respond to those startling discrepancies in numbers, and what can be done about them?
Are you addressing this to the auditor's office or to the departments?
I guess I would address it to the city manager.
Thank you, Councilmember Schmidt. Well, I think there are a couple of things. One is, I think it would be, if the council's interested in this issue as we kind of go forward, let's get more specific or more granular on the location of the data, because what's included in North Palo Alto and South Palo Alto is, we might see clusters of where those responses are even within those sub areas, and they may have some correlation with proximity to whether it's bus services or access to seniors and that sort of a thing. So, and we had a little bit of discussion about this morning about how to get into how the zip codes were agglomerated into a north and south definition. So I think we should look at that more closely. But, I think it's interesting. You see something like sense of community is a lower score. I'm not exactly sure how. It's easier for us to deal with a specific service issue than it is people's individual perceptions of the sense of community. There's so many factors that could go into that. So obviously some of these are easier to look at than some others are. And I don't know what the real trend or historical information would really show in this regard historically. So are there some of these issues that are even related to the underlying urban design of one area versus the next? I don't know. You know, the fact that you have a grid pedestrian pattern in some parts of the city more than others that are more automobile dependent, and those sorts of things. I mean, there are a whole host of issues that could start to play into these things.
Yeah, my understanding is that this north-south division has not been a regular part of the presentation each year. The last I can recall was in the library bond election in 2008, where the same type of discrepancies did show up. So I think it's enough evidence, both here and historically. I also think that the discrepancies, if you average them out, they probably come to 10 or 12 percentage points between the north and the south. And I believe that was the same discrepancy in the Maybell election, that there was a difference of about 10% between the south and the north on the Maybell. So I think it is a number that is striking, and it is a number that I think we should be aware of and address.
Councilmember Klein?
A couple of questions. First, I note that this questionnaire was given out at about the same time as the Measure D campaign really began to heat up. And do we have any way of figuring out what impact, if any, that campaign may have had on the answers to the questions?
I'm sorry, I wouldn't be able to answer that.
Well, could we ask the people who run this campaign as to how they sort out things on the basis of the community hearing a lot of information or opinions or whatever, and whether that impacts their answers. And similar to that, I think a lot of these differences between 2012 and 2013 beg for more information, some follow-up questions. For example, and I'm just choosing one example, we have this greater concern about crime in the downtown area up by what, 10 or 15 percentage points between 2012 and 2013. And unless I'm misremembering, there wasn't any increase in crime between 2012 and 2013. Actually, I think there may have been a decline. What's the objective facts behind a difference in the answers? And do we have the ability to follow up and in fact ask people, well, why do you think that this is a different answer than it was a year ago? Do we have any information? Do we have the ability to really probe a little more deeply?
Not in the scope of this current survey. There is the opportunity to ask customized questions, but that's something that we can discuss with the NRC, whether there is that type of work that can be done.
Well, for future reference, I guess I'm really asking is maybe there should be some questions about to the respondent. Is this the same answer you would have given a year ago? And if not, why not? And so that we can have some feeling as to what's the reasoning behind this when, and I'm trying to be as fair as I possibly can be, when the objective facts would indicate that there hadn't been any change in the community, but we get hearing a different answer.
Sure. Makes sense. Okay. Now, in the performance report, we do try to incorporate and put side by side some of the information from the citizen survey with some of the more objective facts.
I'm interested in not just raw data, but trying to find out what people are thinking and why, not just what their opinion is on a particular date.
Right.
Good. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt?
Well, yes, I'm also interested in the north-south disparities in responses. And on the first cut, it's, oh, gee, that's interesting, is how much of this is actual differences in services in the areas of the city, outlooks. And as I took a deeper dive, I saw some really striking categories where there's a significantly, a statistically significant difference. So one is openness to diverse backgrounds. Why would South Palo Altans have a perception of the city being different that way? Preventative health care access. Safety of downtown had a statistically different number from South Palo Altans versus North Palo Altans. Sense of community, place to work, and availability of religious and spiritual opportunities. We know that Middlefield Road in South Palo Alto has, and several of those areas have a congregation of religious institutions, employment opportunities within the city. And then interestingly, there was no difference in perception about rate of the population growth being too fast between North and South. So there certainly are some things being expressed about both. At a minimum, this shows that there's a difference in perception. There may be differences also in realities. But the clearest thing is that we have differences in perceptions, where in circumstances where the reality is definitely not different. Downtown is not safer for North Palo Altans than South Palo Altans, and the employment opportunities in the city are not different whether you reside in North or South Palo Alto, or et cetera. So I found those things striking. I'd be curious to, at a follow-up time, to hear Councilmember Schmidt's interpretation of all that.
Councilmember Holman?
Yes, thank you. I'm going to come at this in a little bit different way, and that is directing this to our planning staff and city manager, which is understanding this data is polling of 1,200 and 300 and something responded. Nevertheless, that's what happens every year. We're up a little bit in terms of percentage of respondents. But I'm looking at this information and these questions as something that maybe we might poll in a larger way, if we can use the same questions or similar questions. I don't know if there's priority to these questions. Is there?
Priority?
Yeah, okay. So, okay, there isn't. So some of these questions I would think would be good to help inform our comp plan work, especially our PC work to a lesser extent, but we're doing a lot of land use and planning work in the next couple of years. And it seems like some of these questions could help, or even delineation of some of these questions could help inform the work that's going forward. I know that there's a lot of outreach that's going to be happening as a part of that process, but these questions seem to have identified some dissatisfaction in the areas of land use and quality of design. So I'm hoping we can use this information to help inform those activities. Also, civic engagement. Even though we've done a lot of things to help get people involved, civic engagement is in packet page 44, page 34 of the survey. The percentages haven't changed all that much. I mean, like barely. I mean, barely. But attended a meeting of locally elected officials or other local public meeting, 28%. 24% for watched a meeting on a public meeting or watched on Cablevision. Thankfully, volunteered your time to some group or activity in Palo Alto is 50%. And then I won't name the other two here, but it's kind of striking, as we've done so much to try to get people more engaged. We're still very, very low in those percentages. So I think we ought to also keep that in mind as we go forward with the work that's coming up later on our agenda. Thank you.
Councilmember Scharf?
Thank you. Well, I thought that they were very interesting, a lot of the answers to these questions. I note that, was it, almost 90%, 88% something recommend living in Palo Alto to someone who asks. Large percentage of people, again, are going to remain in Palo Alto for the next 5 years. 59% and 25%, so that would be like 84%. Think the government of Palo Alto is doing a good job, and that's striking when you look at what the federal government, and the state government, and the Santa Clara County government in that. So people seem generally happy when you look at that with the government of Palo Alto. And then when you go to the first page, 92%, is an excellent place to live. And given that only 7% or 1% said it was poor, I think it's striking when you look at the north-south divide as what we were showing there. Obviously, most people who live in the South, I assume, must be happy because they said Palo is a place to live. There seemed only 1% of the people thought it was poor. So, I mean, that's striking. And then your neighborhood is a place to live. Again, you end up with 90, a little less, 49 and 41, so you end up with 90% of the people who think their neighborhood is a place to live is excellent or good. I think that's striking. And, when you look down there, it's a place to raise children. Only 9% of the people were in the fair to poor. Place to work, 11%. The only time that starts to go right down is Palo Alto is a place to retire. And I think that's interesting. I don't know why that would be, but I think that's something we might want to look at some point. And then again, the overall quality of life in Palo Alto, 91% of the people think it's excellent or good. And I think that's across both north and south, right? So there can't be any statistical significance there. So I thought that was really interesting. And then when you look through here, it's really interesting that some of these things, which clearly, what was it? Clearly we have good options. Were rated somewhat not as high as I would have thought they would be. One of them was healthcare in Palo Alto. I'm sort of surprised that healthcare in Palo Alto didn't rate. We have great healthcare in Palo Alto. That doesn't make any sense. So I'm wondering what people are actually on their mind when we do that. So in many ways, this raises a lot of questions in my mind that that don't seem to make a lot of sense. So some of the things that did jump out, I think traffic is clearly a big issue. It's interesting that traffic signal timing is obviously an issue for a lot of people. So I think we should look at traffic signal timing. That's clearly within our control. And maybe we should be spending more city resources on making sure we do those kind of things. I think Town and Country is a good example of that. I think probably it's taken too long to resolve the issue there, and I think we probably need to speed that up. Street tree maintenance is interesting. A significant amount of people don't think we're maintaining the street trees enough. This is interesting. And then, let's see what else I think was sort of a little strange on there. Yes, again, traffic flow on major streets. And then there does seem to be an issue with quality of design. People's perceived that new developments don't have a good quality of design. So I guess the question is, how can we use this information to make our priorities to address some of these issues? And some of these things, I think what we need to do, rather than just take this as a given, we have to decide if we're going to follow up and go to, as the city manager said, a more granular level. Because looking at these numbers, you may very well draw the wrong conclusion and spend resources on things you shouldn't. So, I'm curious as if you have any sense of how, I'll address to the city manager, of how we could possibly get a more granular look at some of the things that jump out at people and figure out how we can make Palo Alto, make people happier.
Thank you, council member. You know, just listening to the discussion, which has been good, I think. I do think that the comment brought up about perceptions versus reality is an important thing to keep in mind. And of course, any poll like this or survey is designed to really test what people's perceptions are. I mean, that's generally what this would do. And if we were to go over across the street to Stanford, where James Fishkin runs the Center for Deliberative Polling, they can show 25-point swings that you can get on an initial poll versus a subsequently informed poll. So when I'm just hearing something like tree maintenance, for example, geez, I have no idea exactly how we would go about it. Is that really a perception, or how do we look at that? I also just would say that I think that these surveys and these figures are good to point towards things, but generally we still want to be careful about drawing conclusions about them, just because, as what was mentioned, what's really behind it, what is it really saying? There are other factors, right? There might be various demographic factors, timing, and those sorts of things. When I looked at, I look at, for example, issues that we're taking head on right now about land use planning and zoning. There's a, what is that, about a 13-14% difference. Quality of new development, there's a 12-point difference. At the same time, there's a 13% drop in services provided by the federal government and a 13% drop in services provided by Santa Clara County. So I'm trying to reconcile what, if any, sort of correlation is there, other than that people think some things are not going in the right direction or whatever. And we're addressing some of these things. Last thing I just want to say, and then I'll kind of get more specifically to your point. If you look at amount of public parking, it's an issue that we're very, very actively engaged in. And you see that where our numbers are sort of a kind of a sense of a decline from 2003 to 2013, and yet if we're in comparison to benchmark cities, we're much higher. So we're certainly not going to say to the public, hey, what's the problem with parking? We're much higher than all of the other cities in the survey. We're still going to take action and deal with some of these things. And the same thing on some of these trends. So I think the most useful thing is how can we ultimately get a sense, what are the 2, 3, 4, 10 or so, whatever things that the council thinks are, and maybe there's a different way we talk about this. I don't know if we send it to P&S or something like that. Are there some particular threads here that you think are worth some more detailed follow-up and exploration? That's what I would say, because even the things that are really good with us, I would take with a grain of salt a little bit, just because they are summary data, because they don't point to, as a number of folks saying, what's sort of behind this? What are the meanings of the things, and what are the things that are informing, so that we can devise responses to do that. So I think the staff is certainly planning to, in some of these areas, definitely say, wow, this points to either really high scores we want to protect and maintain, or some challenging areas. That said, and we'll see it in the SEA, in the performance report also, it doesn't matter in some ways when we look at things. Fire and libraries are always going to come out ahead of the development center or code enforcement. I mean, no matter what, just in the nature of what those things are. And not just in our city, across cities across the country. They always play out that way. So I think inherently in some of these things that are negative, I bet it's pretty darn hard to get a really high score. I'd be interested in finding that out, in this day and age. So I didn't explicitly answer your question, but I can tell you that we do use this to inform our own policy thinking, but just one factor. And if you are really interested, then I do think we need to think about it. Tom Miller, I know him quite well, the head of the National Citizen Survey. We'd certainly be happy to work with the auditor's office to do some follow-up, I think, and get some more detailed explanation on what these things point to or don't point to, if you have some particular concerns.
And my last question, we have by age and by gender, the respondents. Does that match the city or not?
The results are weighted, so if it didn't match, and I remember looking, it was slightly off, the actual results are weighted so that it would, in essence, match.
So when I look at this and it says there's only 16% of our population is 75 years or older, is that roughly accurate in Palo Alto?
You mean, I'm not sure what you're
Well, if
looking
you go to
at.
page 56, it says, these are the people that answered the respondents by what they answered by the percentage of respondents in each category. So 2% who's 18 to 24 years answered, and 16% were 75 years or older. And my question was, does that match the demographics of Palo Alto, or is that, and you said, well, it was slightly off, and so we weighted it. So should I assume that's not the demographics, or it's pretty close to the demographics, or what?
Right, I don't at hand have a breakdown of the actual demographics to speak to exactly the question, but what I can say is that it is a consideration in how the results are actually calculated, and they are weighted to consider any variances between the population and the actual makeup of Palo Alto.
Okay, and the same for gender?
I believe so.
All right, thank you.
Okay, I'd like to remind colleagues it's 6:45, and we have another item to take up under the study session. I have three more lights, including myself. Councilmember Berman.
I'll be quick. Councilmember Sharf, one point is on page 9 of the this one, the colorful one. There's but there's an age breakdown for Palo Alto residents.
Oh, thank you.
It doesn't correlate exactly for the age groups, but it'll give you a general sense. So I chuckled when the city auditor had in one of his slides the big differences between 2003 and 2013, and one of those big differences was availability of affordable quality housing going up from 6% to 13%, which I'm glad we've doubled it, but we're still at 13% of people think that we have any affordable quality housing, which we all know, but is something that we should remember and keep in mind. But it's on page 12 of the National Citizen Survey. It was the other number that actually kind of jumped out at me, which is the variety of housing options, which only 26% of respondents responded they thought that we had a good or excellent variety of housing options. And that kind of, we tend to have a lot of single-family homes in Palo Alto. I can't assume what people meant by, maybe they thought we should have more single family, maybe they thought we should have more multifamily. But given the trends that other folks, experts have sent to us and that I've seen in other research showing that people 30 and under, and I think 60 or 65 and older, seem to be more interested in multifamily housing closer to commercial corridors. That's something that we should be keeping in mind in terms of our land use planning, is there might be more desire for that in our community than we realize. And I think that might also kind of correlate with the low number, I don't remember what it was, but the lower number for folks who are interested in retiring in Palo Alto was quite low. And I wonder if we had more variety of housing options, if that would be different. One overarching comment that I didn't realize until I was reading this guy was the numbers in the National Citizen Survey are for excellent and good. I just kind of assumed at first that it went excellent, good, bad, horrible. But it's actually excellent, good, fair, poor. And so when you look at quality of life in Palo Alto, I think it was 91% said it was excellent or good, but another 8% said it was fair, with 1% thinking it was poor, and I think all of that 1% has sent us emails telling us how poor it is. But that was I didn't realize that at first, so that I think makes those numbers even more impressive. And then the disparity between perception and reality also kind of jumped out at me with the crime stats, where we have, during the past 12 months, were you or anyone in your household the victim of any crime? And that had dropped from 9% and higher over the past 10 years down to 6%. So that was lower than it had ever been. Yet the safety in your neighborhood after dark and the safety in Palo Alto's downtown area after dark were much lower also. So even though fewer people had been or their family had been a victim of crime, there's this perception that things are worse. And I blame the police department for that because they're doing too good of a job getting out the news about crimes in town, which is a good thing. But it's ironic that the fact that we're doing that better might be leading to more folks being aware of the little crime we do have. And creating concerns. So, to everybody's point, the numbers have to be taken with a grain of salt. They're very helpful, but there's lots of different reasons for the ways people answer.
Thank you. Vice Mayor Niss.
See if I can hold this to just a couple of minutes. I think maybe the best way I can explain this is an anecdote that happened recently. Rather than commenting on this, some friends of ours have decided to move to Los Altos. It's absolutely a true story. And they explained to me what a hard place this is to live. The traffic is terrible.
Get closer to the mic.
The mic is a long way from me. Unless I, and so after explaining how terrible the traffic was and there really weren't enough places that they could go comfortably, and but did say this wasn't a good place to retire for a variety of reasons, I said, how did you do in selling your house? Oh, piece of cake. He said, we had multiple offers and it went way over asking. I said, well, that does seem then to indicate that a number of people would like to live here, and there must be some reason why they want to. And I think that's fascinating. It comes back to what City Manager Keene was saying. It's about perception. At the time, for them, getting a little older, as we all are, the traffic really bothers them. A number of other things bothered them. But for a number of other people who are more than anxious to live in our city, it doesn't bother them at all. So I don't want to simply say take this with a grain of salt, but I think that looking again at how it's done and how it's put together and so forth, and Jim, you said you're very familiar with ICMA and what they have done with this. I think we should go back and look at how that's all put together, because there's always a story behind the story, and there must be a very major story behind this. And the last thing I would say is when the overall quality of life is above 90% in your community, that doesn't seem all bad.
Well, I have to admit, I think that those are very, very compelling comments, and I also do believe quality of life, mobility is very important. There's an awful lot of certain parts of the country right now where you cannot sell your home and move to a job if you need to. So this is very unique, and we do have an awful lot of opportunity. I will be looking into the future, though, because right now we have Mitchell Park that's not open in the south. When we're talking about the north and the south, we put an awful lot of money into Cubberley. If we get to take advantage of being able to improve Cubberley as a community center, I will also be interested to see how our ratings in the south when it comes to community building and neighborhood quality of life, that type of thing, and opportunity, to access the rec programs will turn out in the survey, but that won't be for another couple of years because we're always looking back a year at least. And I want to be mindful of the fact that it's not that far from north to south to get to things. Some of the art programs are very, right on Embarcadero Road, not hard to get to. So, but on the other hand, I wouldn't mind seeing policy and services take this up, as the city manager suggested, and just doing a deep dive on anything that really we should take a second look at to see if there's really something troubling. Because mostly this is a high quality report. This is a good place to live overall. And that tells a big story right there. It would be interesting to see if there's any more information that comes out of doing a deep dive. That said, there are some questions that I can't use very well here. And so on page 68 and 69, when it comes to monthly housing costs, $2,500 or more per month is the final amount. I haven't seen that since I moved here. So, and that includes your mortgage, your insurance, and your property taxes. To me, you know, anybody that's moved here since I've moved here in 1984 probably has a mortgage higher than that, unless they're able to not have any mortgage at all and they own their house free out or something. And so in our particular case, I think that some of these questions, the other question that bothers me too is the question D9, which is household income, $250,000 or more per year. That's 46% are over there. I'd like to see that a little more granular, because I do know in order to move to Palo Alto, you kind of have to either have a lot of money or you have to have an income that will support a substantial amount of rent. And I do hear that rents are going through the roof right now, and I would like to have a better understanding of what that actual cost of living is. So are those the kinds of questions that we can modify for next year, and is Policy and Services is the committee that takes a look at these questions before they go out?
We look at them internally and speak to the departments, including the consideration of customized questions. Whether, I don't know if this one is a standard question, because some of these are standards because they want to use them for benchmarking purposes. But of course, we can go back and speak to them with any about any particular concerns or level of granularity that might be desirable.
Well, monthly housing costs less than $300 a month. Is there a way to also filter out students? Because that's sometimes they have absolutely no income, and yet they do have housing costs, but they're carrying themselves on loans, and we are a university town. So we know we get a lot of grad students in Palo Alto using that formula in order to make their experience work for them. So those are the types of things that I would like to see elaborated on better in the next go around on this report. And I am going to take a look, and we are 6 minutes away. Do you know how long your next presentation is? We could probably get through the presentation, then table it for conversation and take it up at our next meeting.
The presentation itself can be maybe 5 to 6 minutes.
Okay, you got it. Let's do it. And then I'm going to have to ask for a motion to table after the presentation.
All right, performance report. I'd like to provide you a brief overview of the fiscal year 13 performance report. The report provides background on spending, staffing, and workload, multi-year historical comparisons to other cities, and it's designed for use by elected officials, management, and the public. Scope. This is a report that covers fiscal year 13. Office of the City Auditor requested data information from departments, and our task was to check for reasonableness, basic reliability, to compile the report, ensure selection of appropriate measures. Methodology is set by Government Accounting Standards Board and Association of Government Accountants. In selecting the measures, we look for available, meaningful measures, information that's of general interest to council and residents. This report does not comprise a complete set of performance measures. The population figures are the most recent estimates from the California Department of Finance, and we also use population figures from other sources, including the U.S. Census Bureau. In regards to inflation, financial data is not adjusted for inflation. The background of the report does include CPI information. In regards to rounding and percent change, just to note, some tables and graphs may not add up to 100%, and the percent change is based on underlying numbers, not the rounded numbers. Where the data is expressed in percentages in our tables, you'll notice that the difference is the change between the percentages. Comparisons to other nearby California cities are provided where available. We caution, however, that cities provide different levels of services and categorize expenditures in different ways. So the comparison should be viewed with caution. Purpose of this report is to supplement other key city reports, including the annual budget and the comprehensive annual financial report. And this report is designed to meet the needs of multiple stakeholders, residents, city council, and city management. It's important to note that this report can help focus our efforts on the most significant areas of interest or concern. However, brief explanation of internal external factors that may have affected performance results is included when possible. The report does not thoroughly analyze the causes of negative or positive performance. So departments really use this report for a variety of purposes, and just this morning as I was chatting with an ELT colleague, I learned of some new uses of the report, including providing information to grant agencies, marketing to the public, and various internal reviews. We also provide, along with this report, a citizen-centric report, which is a quick snapshot and easy to read. I'd like to give special thanks to the departments and representatives who helped complete this report. Copies of the report are available from our office and are published on the City Auditor's website. And with that, I'd like to thank all of you and the departments, and we can have questions.
Okay, thank you. I don't see the students. The students have not arrived yet, so they're outside. Okay. In this case, I'm going to ask for a motion to table this agenda item so we can bring it back. Okay, all those in favor, please vote on the board. And that motion carries with Councilmember Price absent. I'd like to adjourn the meeting for the special City Council meeting, and I'd like to reopen the meeting for the Public Improvement Corporation. Can the clerk please call the roll?
Agency Member Berman.
Here.
Agency Member Burt.
Here.
Agency Member Holman.
Here.
Agency Member Klein.
Here.
Vice Chair Niss.
Here.
Agency Member Price. Agency Member Scharf.
Here.
Agency Member Schmidt. And Chair Shepard.
I'm here.
And so we have 8 present.
Okay, for those who are new to the evening, we are having 3 meetings tonight. Right now we're in the middle of the Public Improvement Corporation meeting. We also, for those who are here for the library naming at our next meeting, we will be taking that up on April 7th, not tonight, so that has been moved. So, the staff report for the Public Improvement Corporation is for the approval of 2011 and 2012 the corporation financials. Can I have a motion to accept the financials for that period? Okay, that was moved by Councilmember Scharf, seconded by Councilmember Berman. And would you like to speak to your motion?
No.
Would you like to speak to your second? Okay, I'm going to call for the vote. Please vote. And that motion carries with Councilmember Price absent. And Councilmember Schmidt, are you voting on this? I'm sorry, I didn't see your light. You would like to ask a question?
I think we voted. Once we voted, the motion's done.
Yeah, I've called for the vote. Can I ask what a point of order from the city attorney? I'm not sure how to handle this.
But we can move to reconsider those who voted in prevailing side, so I would so move.
All right. What are we reconsidering, Karen? The vote?
The vote. So this would
So
allow
now we have to vote
Councilmember
on this?
Schmidt time to ask a question.
Okay.
You don't have a second.
No, I got it from Larry. Okay. So,
Mayor?
Yes.
May I say one thing?
Yes.
There was an error just in the title of the CMR. These are really the 2012-13 financial statements. There was an error in the title on the CMR. So just to make that clear also, I went so fast I didn't have a chance to interrupt you. So,
Okay.
But these are the 2012-13.
Okay, so I have announced this incorrectly. So it's the 2012-2013 financials. So we are going to take back the vote, or do we vote to take back the vote? Okay, now we have to vote to take back the vote. So clear the board and let's vote again. Yep. Okay, that motion carries. Councilmember Schmid, you have not voted on this either. And with Councilmember Scharf voting no and Councilmember Price absent. So we will go ahead and go out for questions. And Councilmember Schmid, you had a question.
Yeah, thank you for my colleagues' forbearance. I just note that the Palo Alto Public Improvement Corporation shows revenues of $234,000. Now, I checked the annual comprehensive financial report, and it shows that the downtown parking improvement has 0 revenues, and that actually the 234 is a transfer from the general fund. Is that right?
This is strictly a non-revenue bearing entity. We do receive rent from that entity, from the entity occupying the building, and we do pay the debt service based on, given that rent. So what I meant by a non-revenue entity is just that it is, I have to correct myself, it is generating a rental stream by which we pay debt service.
The revenue stream is generated by the general fund, though.
The revenue is being generated, you can think of it being generated by the general fund because that rent does come into the general fund.
And it says that almost half the revenue is interest. Where do you get interest to pay a debt?
I think that, this is strictly an accounting and GAAP requirement in terms of the financial statements. The interest that's being reported here is really the interest on the debt service. So we have enough rent that comes from the building to pay the debt service, which includes the principal and the interest payment on this.
So we're getting rent, but we're calling part of the rent interest. That's funny. I guess it could be more transparent by having a footnote or so stating that the general fund is collecting rent, which is paying the transfer amount.
Let me get the clarification on the mechanics of this for you.
I'm just wondering if the general fund is supporting this with some funds that are not rent. Presumably, then there should be more spaces available for the general public who is supporting it.
All of the costs associated with this entity building this building are definitely paid for through the rental stream on the building.
Okay.
And they're definitely being paid. In fact, Councilmember Burt had brought up at one time, this is where when the rent surpassed the debt service, there's a 75%, 25% share between 75% of the excess going to the teen programs and 25% going to the general fund. That is in excess of what the debt service is. So we are actually at this point more than break even on that cost.
Okay, it would be helpful, though, because our financial statements say no revenue. And
All right.
good.
It is definitely a gap accounting requirement in terms of what's in the financial statements, but perhaps we can make it clearer in the report to the council.
Good, thank you.
Sure.
I just add something to that. I just want to be clear that I think we're all in agreement that there isn't a problem with this report and what is being done. It is the fact that the standards for which the annual financial report has to meet and how it is reported is often at times at variance with other reporting mechanisms we have. We have this issue with the budget also because of the way revenues are required to be reported for the purposes of the annual financial statements, and yet the use that we use on the budget, and the same thing with this one. So I think it's easy enough for us to make a notation in a going forward way too, as it relates to this issue. Just if anybody happens to look at both of them, they can reconcile them. But it isn't. I want to make it clear. It isn't. It isn't really sort of bad reporting that we're doing. It's just the fact that we have two different reports, and we want to make sure that that's clear.
Thank you. Can I have a motion to accept the financials for the 2012-2013 year?
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Berman, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss. Let's vote on the board. The motion carries with Councilmember Price absent. I'm not going to adjourn the meeting for the Public Improvement Corporation and reconvene the meeting for the council meeting. I do not need to take roll again. So we are going to go right into special orders of the day, of which we have a very full chamber, as you can tell, because we have our visiting students from our sister city, Chuchura, in Japan. And this is our coordinator for all of this is Keiko, who is a JLS teacher. And I'm just going to go over what we're going to do here today. We have a proclamation for our students, and we also have the students from JLS here as well, correct? All right. And we have, what I really wanted to have is, if you wouldn't mind, Keiko, announcing the names of the students and letting the students rise as you announce the names so that we can see them, and then we can read the proclamation, and then we'll come down for the ceremonial giving of the proclamation and photos. So, and also in this agenda item, we're also going to be announcing the introduction of the marathon runner for the 24th Katsumugauro, I'll let you pronounce that correctly when you get up there, marathon, because that will also be taking place. So would you mind coming forward and introducing the students? I have the list of the students here, and that way when you, students, when your name is called, please stand up. And so that we can see you, who you are.
Stay standing or stand up and sit
Should I call the host students too?
Yes, with the host students. Yes, both students.
Okay, Nicholas, shall I go? And Akabane Daisuke?
I know that.
Okay, keep standing.
Is what I'm interested
Just keep standing. Okay, Sydney, Lati, and Shigenaga Hinako. Yay. Daniel, Logan, Matsuoka Riku. Nicholas, Yamaguchi Rinka. Antares, Tran, Tanabe Yuta. Hana Morita, Takezawa Rina. Chloe Chang, Matsuo Natsumi. Lydia Tai, Noguchi Kanae. Jenna Ogawa, Ito Emi. Jackson Chloe, very good. Kuriyama Kazuki. Kevin Franz, Okuya Hiroaki, Claire Lynn, Takizawa Nagisa, Lo Blanches, Izumi Kanako, Amira Gawel, Ida Sayaka, Marcus Hong, Haginoya Tomoya. Sekara, the last one, but not least, Stephanie Nemeth, Inami Ayaka. So I have 16 guests and 16 hosts. They are not only from JLS. I have 10 family hosting from Jordan Middle Schools.
Okay.
Middle School.
All right, thank you very
They're
much.
wonderful.
And then I see a Jordan T-shirt, so that
Yes.
got me confused a little bit. Now, I'm going to have the Vice Mayor read the proclamation while I come down, and we
Okay.
would like to get a photo op, however you would like to do that.
Okay.
Also, is the marathoner here?
Yeah, can I introduce the
Yes,
Zaki also?
please.
Okay, can you sit down? Thank you. You have to stand up later, but. Okay, good evening, Mayor Nancy and Vice Mayor Liz and council members. I am Keiko Nakajima from Neighbors Abroad. Okay, this evening I am very happy to celebrate two events. The first event is that we have a marathon runner who is going to represent Palo Alto in the 24th Kasumigaura International Marathon in Tsuchiura on April 20th. This is our third year sending a runner to Tsuchiura City. I'd like to invite Zaki to introduce himself and to give us his background of running history. Zaki-san.
Thank you. So I want to thank the mayor and the council for giving this opportunity, and Neighbors Abroad that facilitates all this. Yeah, I don't have such a history of running. I mean, I ran a few ultra marathons, and I feel comfortable running the marathon over there. I'm looking forward to running. And the marathon is along the lake, which you read the name of, and it should be cherry blossom season over there. So I promise when I come back, maybe we'll get 5 minutes and I can show some pictures from the run over there. Thank you.
I prepared a speech, so I like to read. The second event is that a group of 16 junior high school students, led by Miss Manami Wada and Mr. Hiroshi Fukushima from Tsuchiura City, arrived in Palo Alto 3 days ago. The host families and Palo Alto community gave a warm welcome at the barbecue picnic at the Mitchell Park last Saturday. Students are homestaying with my Japanese class students from Jordan and JLS until Sunday, March 23rd. This is the 18th year our exchange program, and in June, 22 Palo Alto students and parents will visit Tsuchiura. Our Palo Alto students will homestay with their Japanese counterparts. Please join me in welcoming our Japanese students and chaperones to Palo Alto. I'd like to introduce Ms. Wada. She will deliver a speech tonight on behalf of our sister city, Tsuchiura. Wada-san, dozo. Okay, this time I think all the guest students, guest no hito wa, is that okay to stand behind the Wada-san? Okay. Can you? ゲストの人は和田さんの後ろに並んで。
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I am Manami Wada from Tsuchiura City. On behalf of all of us, I'd like to appreciate inviting 16 students from Tsuchiura's junior high school, together with chaperone Mr. Hiroshi Fukushima, to the Palo Alto City Council. We are really honored to be here. We are staying in Palo Alto for the student exchange program, which started in 1993, and This year is our 20th anniversary since young ambassadors from Tsuchiura visited Palo Alto for the first time. This program would not have succeeded over the years without long-standing efforts of Ms. Keiko Nakajima, of Vice President of Neighbors Abroad, and people who have supported us. This exchange program connected Palo Alto and Tsuchiura as sister cities in 2009, and our relationship as sister cities marks the 5th anniversary this year. In April, we'll have the third guest marathon runner from Palo Alto for Kasumigara Marathon in Tsuchiura, Mr. Zaki. In fall, you will organize the event Japan Tsuchiura Festival. As the 5th anniversary of our ties, we are very pleased to have more opportunities to meet you. After an interval of 2 years, I am here in Palo Alto again. We would like to express our gratitude that everyone in Palo Alto welcomed us warmly. When we suffered the Great East Earthquake of Japan 3 years ago, we got heartwarming donations from from people in Palo Alto. Your encouragement cheers people in Tsuchiura up and makes our ties deeper. In addition to this student exchange program, we, Tsuchiura, look forward to developing understanding and exchange opportunities between us through various programs as future efforts. Before I close my word, I'd like to say thank you again for inviting us here. Thank you.
Thank you. And now, as I have the Vice Mayor read the proclamation for the student visit, I would like to come down and give you our framed copy and then an additional copy in the folder, and then we can organize ourselves in a good photo op, perhaps even coming into the chamber area here so we can get all of council in it. So Vice Mayor Nis, would you mind please reading this? And also, I'd like to take just this moment, if it gets away from us, to thank the Palo Alto host families for opening your home to this student exchange. This is really an exceptional experience.
So while the mayor walks down, I'm going to read what the proclamation says, and you will all have the proclamation to take with you. Whereas exchange programs between middle schools is the foundation of the Sister City program, which attempts to promote international and intercultural understanding among our youth. And whereas Palo Alto and, I hope I'm saying it correctly, Tsuchiura City, am I close? Have worked together to involve their respective middle school students and their families in cultural and educational exchanges and special programs. And whereas the opportunity to host Tsuchiura students here and to send Palo Alto students to Tsuchiura, Japan has proven to be mutually beneficial. And whereas the city wants to thank Tsuchiura City for their generosity and hospitality tended toward young people from Palo Alto for the last 18 years, and I am not Nancy, but I'm going to read it as though I were. Now, therefore, I, Nancy Shepard, Mayor of the City of Palo Alto, on behalf of the Council, hereby express our heartfelt welcome and record congratulations and best wishes of the city to Ms. Wada and Mr. Hiroshi Fukushima and the 16 students, all of whom are standing here. So let's warmly applaud them. Thank you for coming. You want us to come down there, Nancy? Okay. Mayor Shepherd, might we be more visible sitting down?
No, it's better you standing up. Plus, you don't want
Tolerance in that.
You all wouldn't mind staying till the end of the meeting up there tonight? Make things go.
Not 5S or 5. Just 5. 5S, okay. I found one. You can update to 5C for free right now.
That's the color ones.
Yeah. I think the technology is the same.
These two.
Yeah. Here we go. Hi.
Nancy, can you hold the...
Here. All right.
Hopefully.
Well, as the Japan students clear the room, I'm going to be now turning the meeting over to welcome our Jordan video crew that has been working with our city manager and communications director, Claudia Keith, to share our to have them recognized tonight as well.
So, Mayor Shepherd, if you would join me, maybe we'll just wait for one more minute. So, Mayor Shepherd, if I could ask you to join me. We're here tonight to recognize the valuable contributions to 4 aspiring journalists from Jordan Middle School and their teacher for producing a video that went out and talked to the community about core values. The council viewed the video as part of their retreat, and we've also got it posted on our YouTube channel. So the students, 2 of which I think have joined us here tonight, along with their teacher, their broadcast journalism teacher, Susan Morsoli. So Nick Blonstein and Peter Kings, would you come up and join myself and Mayor Shepherd? Samantha McBride and Emily Toms weren't able to join us, but they were the other 2 students. So I'm going to turn these over to Mayor Shepherd. They're in recognition for your good work and your creativity and assistance in developing the core values video on behalf of the City Council.
Okay, and I'm going to ask you to turn this way because there's a couple people taking pictures. So I'm going to First, I'm going to hand, are you Nick? Yeah. Okay, Nick, congratulations, and thank you very much for the work and the role that you're playing in helping us with our core value video. And you are Peter. So let me shake your hand, and thank you very much for the work that you're doing. And Claudia, would you like to?
Susan Morselli is their broadcast journalism teacher who really shepherded this. So would you join us for a photo and some recognition? That would be great. She's too busy taking photos. Thank you. Thanks, guys. Thank you,
And
Nancy.
just so you know, thank you very much. We did see your video at our retreat, and we enjoyed it a lot. We saw a couple friendly faces while of who you have videoed for us and interviewed. So thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, that completes the portion of the special order of the day that was scheduled, and now I'm going to be taking back up the item that we tabled from our previous special study session for any questions or comments on the City of Palo Alto 2013 performance report. And since I see no lights, I'm going to just make one comment. On page 9, there is some age background breakdown for the Palo Alto residences, and I have to say the age breakdown between 20 and 44, which is the highest, it's a little over 30%, once again doesn't really inform me of anything. It doesn't help me learn, you know, if they're families, and so that graph really, it breaks down the 45 and above really well, and the school children from 5 to 19 and the preschool, but the others. So do you have any better information to break that down for me?
You're referring to the community profile section. This on page 9, this is just background information that we take from the U.S. Census Bureau. If there's any suggestion or particular view that's preferred, we can, of course, accommodate.
So are you telling me that they only announce those that are age 20 to 44? They don't give us anything more granular?
No, there is more granular information if we can break it down in a more granular way.
That would be helpful for me,
Sure.
because I think that a 20-year-old and a 40-year-old is a big difference in how they might live and that type of thing. I know
Sure.
my 20-year-olds stayed under our care for quite some time, so.
Of course.
Sydney, I do not see any more lights. I am going to then consider this agenda item concluded, and we will be moving into the rest of our agenda for the evening. Thank you very much, City Auditor.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you very much.
So now we are getting to agenda changes, deletions, and additions. We've already announced casually that the item number 15, which is the renaming of the main library, will be continued again until April 7th. So anybody here to speak on that, we will be taking that up on April 7th. And there are no other changes that I'm aware of. City Manager, do you have anything else?
As far as changes, no, Madam Mayor.
Okay, and so City Manager comments?
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, members of council, everybody. Happy St. Patrick's Day. On behalf of the city clerk, she has asked that I remind everyone that the City of Palo Alto is currently recruiting for 4 of the council-appointed commissions. They are the Human Relations Commission, the Library Advisory Commission, the Public Art Commission, and the Planning and Transportation Commission. The deadline for the spring recruitment is next Monday, March 24th, 2014. There are flyers on the back table in the council chambers, and Folks watching on TV could contact the city clerk's office or our webpage for further information. Second item, we are wrapping up a year-long pilot, as the council knows, designed to assess the feasibility of modifying our solid waste collection in order to increase diversion by capturing food scraps. It's just another step along our path to zero waste as a city as part of our sustainability efforts. We have scheduled 2 community meetings about this 2-cart collection pilot on Wednesday, March 26th from 7 to 8:30 p.m. at the Green Meadow Community Center, and on Saturday, March 29th from 10 a.m. to 11:30 a.m. at the Cubberley Community Center. The purpose of these meetings is to inform residents of our pilot neighborhood, which is roughly the Green Meadow neighborhood, of the results of the year-long pilot and the next steps that our staff will be proposing. We will be asking citizens who participated to complete a short survey and give the city staff other feedback. The meeting will only be advertised to the pilot neighborhood. We've also scheduled in advance the June 3rd Finance Committee meeting as a time to present these pilot study results and recommend next steps for citywide residential food scraps collection. Following the Finance Committee meeting, as usual, we will ultimately report out to the full council. The third item is in our another new online service that our departments are adding, this in development services, which has recently launched the Acela Citizen Access program. This system enables will enable our staff at the development center to reduce paperwork and improve response time to the public. With this new service, our agency can move traditional counter customers to the web and realize the benefits of providing 24-hour self-service online for the public for certain permits, schedule an app inspection, search permit records, and check the status of our projects. Now, we're laying this out in a kind of step-by-step fashion. Not everything will immediately be available online, but since the system was launched a week or so ago, we've already received 17 permit applications and scheduled 10 inspections online. It will allow us to improve our customer service, and this new version of the city's online system is much more user-friendly and offers expanded functionality, and we'll be adding new features in the months ahead. The City of Palo Alto Utilities Department will receive the 2014 award from the Silicon Valley Water Conservation Awards Coalition for its outstanding commitment to water conservation. And the Awards Coalition recognizes groups and individuals whose programs and leadership have advanced water conservation in Silicon Valley. Palo Alto's water utility is being recognized for its long history of successfully offering the community a wide variety of programs, educational opportunities, progressive and innovative water efficiency initiatives. And the awards will be presented on March 24th, following the first ever Silicon Valley Sustainable Landscape Summit. And you can visit www.waterawards.org for more information and to RSVP. And then now joining me on my right is Chief Nickel of our Fire and EMS Services Department to give you a brief report on PulsePoint, which is a partnering use of technology to engage the community and save lives. Chief Nickel.
Good evening. Thank you, City Manager. Good evening, Eric Nickel, Fire Chief. Just real quick, it's been 4 weeks since we started PulsePoint here in this community, and I just wanted to give you an update what PulsePoint is and what it does. This is a very cost-effective way to connect the community with technology that will save lives. So I will direct you to a couple of slides that I have up on the screen here. What is PulsePoint? It is a smartphone app that you can download that supports communities connecting thousands of citizen first responders when somebody needs CPR or an AED. It increases citizenship of our community members, and it empowers everyday citizens to get involved to save a life. This is a screenshot of what it looks like if you have it downloaded on your smartphone. How it works, real quick, it sends a notice of all emergency medical, fire, and rescue dispatches. It will send a text alert if CPR AED is needed, but only in a public location, not private homes. So if we were to dispatch a cardiac arrest at this location right now, it would text alert you and anybody that is within 1/8 of a mile of this location. It also allows you to track all the calls that are going on in the city of Palo Alto, as well as calls that have occurred in the previous 24 hours. So you can see how busy and what types of calls the fire crews and EMS crews were running out in the field. It's also where public education meets the smartphone app. That's probably not the most ideal place to be taking CPR lessons when you're having to deliver CPR, but should you need a brief refresher, self-help is available there on the smartphone app. There's the video that we showed earlier this year. It's pretty dramatic. Shows a gentleman going down with, a cardiac arrest in a store, and a bystander, once pulse point is activated, running to that gentleman's aid. It can be downloaded both on the Google or Android platform as well as the iPhone. And all you have to do is just go into apps and search Pulse Point, and it will download, and you can choose to be alerted at it for any types of calls. So that is Pulse Point, 1 month in. Great. It didn't cost the city anything to get started. It cost us a very nominal fee year round. Thank you.
Sometimes a picture is worth 1,000 words. Thank you very much. Two other things real quickly I want to report. I do want to acknowledge that I received a copy of an email letter that the council also received from Cheryl Lilienstein and the group Palo Altans to Preserve Neighborhood Zoning. And the letter lays out a number of issues or questions from their perspective. Everything from the idea of district elections for council on or how staff reports might be written or formatted, and there are a number of other questions. I did want to let you know that the staff and I will be working on responses to those items that are relevant to the staff's or applicable to the staff's purview, and we'll continue as always our outreach and dialogue and meeting with various citizen groups around the city. And then lastly, last but not least, you all know this already, March Madness has begun. First round tomorrow. Stanford, of course, is back in the NCAA tournament, I think for the first time in 6 or 7 years or so. And I will point out this will all be peaking to the championship game, which will unfortunately be scheduled on April 7th, Monday evening, which has a very packed council agenda that night. That's all I have to report.
Thank you. Councilmember Holman, do you have a question?
Well, Mr. City Manager, we seem to be focusing on the men's basketball team.
Only for the moment. I would say the women's Stanford basketball team has a much better chance than the men's.
And the women's Stanford basketball team, unfortunately, got a number 2 seed instead of a number 1 seed, but they will be playing, I think, I've forgotten when it just came out this afternoon, so I've forgotten when the first game is, but they are ranked number 2, and there will be 2 games at Stanford Maples Pavilion.
Thank you. And the next agenda item is council member questions, comments, and announcements. And I wanted to announce that I'm going to be moving this on our agenda to the end of the meeting going forward, because we seem to be having our public wait a little too much before we get to our action items. So, Councilmember Klein.
Yes, I want to report on my attendance at the National League of Cities meeting in Washington, D.C. Last week. And while there were many interesting conferences, we heard from many members of the cabinet, for example, I do want to spend my few minutes on this on the talk that I was invited to give. The reason I was invited to give a talk was wasn't me. It was our city's reaching carbon neutrality, and that's come to the attention of a variety of groups around the country. And thus, in about a week or so before the conference started, I got an invitation to speak at a luncheon sponsored by the National League of Cities, ICLEI, the World Wildlife Foundation, and who have I forgotten? Oh, the National Green Cities organization. So my topic was titled Resilience. The title of the luncheon was Resilience and Renewable Leadership, and I focused mainly on our carbon neutral electrical generation program. Spoke to about 60 people or so, and Vice Mayor Niss and Councilmember Price were there to lend a certain amount of moral support, which I appreciated. And I think the attention that this brought to our city was helpful. We got a lot of comments afterward about what a good program that is. And in my remarks, I tried to point out that this was not a one-off program limited to Palo Alto, and there were other ways that other cities could reach it. The other speakers on the program that day were the mayor of Boulder, Colorado, whom I've come to know fairly well over the years, and I admire the programs that Boulder has. We also, as another speaker was the mayor of Salt Lake City, which has some interesting programs, and the fourth speaker was, where was she from? Remember? Well, anyway, a fourth speaker. So that was my attendance at the NLC, and I would again urge council members to try to find a time to attend one of the 2 annual meetings of the National League, because I think it's quite useful.
Vice Mayor Niss.
And I would urge them to do the same, and I will attest that Councilmember Klein did an excellent job on his presentation, and it's very nice to see Palo Alto recognized. In addition to attending the conference, I wanted to also mention that we spent some time with our consultants who were there, and just tell you who we spent time with. For the San Francisco Creek Flood Project, we spent time with the Army Corps of Engineers. We also spoke with Senator Feinstein's office on the creek and on the bike pedestrian bridge. When meeting with the electeds, the only elected who met with us at this point was Representative Eshu, and I want to say it in public that I appreciated her taking the time to meet with us. It was a bit tight because everyone was returning on Tuesday, and our group was going to leave on Wednesday. So we met also with Senator Boxer's office, and as I said, we spent some time with Congresswoman Anna Eshu as well, who was very generous with her time. And on Wednesday, Gail Price was there, and she did meet with the Department of Transportation. So we combined visits to those that I've just mentioned, along with going to the meeting as well. There probably could be some discussion about whether or not that makes sense, because it is difficult to go back and forth from the meetings to meetings that are up on the hill. So for any of the rest of you who are going to go, you might want to think about that. And it may be easier to make a separate trip to do some of those lobbying efforts with our consultants. Our consultants were extremely helpful. I think Larry would concur with that and nod his head. And but it was they were particularly, I think, effective in our visits. Thank you, Mayor Shepherd.
Okay, and I have a couple of things to report out. Last Tuesday, I was invited to speak at the Sierra Club lunch up in San Francisco at the Clean Tech Conference. Once again, it's on identical pieces of Palo Alto, carbon neutral. Everybody's fascinated by that. How did we get to that as a goal? How did we set it as a goal? And what are our other goals? I invited Gil Friend to come up with me, the Director of Sustainability. And I have to say he is quite the person that everybody knows up at this Clean Tech Conference. He was meeting and greeting old friends. If they weren't old friends, they were people who we're following him and his activities, and we're very fascinated to learn that he is working for us in the city of Palo Alto in a bureaucracy. As sustainability efforts start to go to some of its last frontiers, I think is the way Gil might put it, but to actually get into the city government itself. And so it was really heartwarming to see that, and he introduced me to a lot of people, and they are very interested in the Palo Alto program. I also went to the French Fair and welcomed the UN Ambassador of the French-speaking countries in Africa, which was held at Lucy Stern last weekend, and it was a lot of fun to see street fair art from, you could have been in Paris if you closed your eyes and imagined. It was a beautiful, beautiful afternoon. And then finally, yesterday, well, not finally, but one more thing, I was at the Pali Gym closing event yesterday, along with some of my colleagues here, and the gym is going to be completely replaced, and it's supposed to come down sometime in June. And so we were, I was invited to speak at that event as well, and I think I was the only speaker that had never attended Pali, so I kept my comments very short. And then finally, I was invited up to see Jerry Hill once again. Richard Hackman and I went up to go over legislative work. It was a League of Cities meeting, and all of us got stuck talking about traffic, and everybody's trying to scratch their head and figure out how to get people off of the roads and to work, just like we are. So everybody's watching everybody try to figure out what's going on. San Mateo said they're watching us. Mountain View has their own TMA. And so this concern about traffic is not unique just to Palo Alto. It is something that really has permeated the Bay Area right now. So there's nothing more. We will continue down the agenda to oral communication, and this is when you can come and speak to the council on any item that is not already agendized. And we have a few speakers, and our first speaker is Wynn Gertrude, to be followed by Don Barr. You will have 3 minutes.
You ready? Hi, my name is Wynn Gersich, and happy St. Paddy's Day. And what's really great about St. Patrick's Day is that Ireland has now become one of the latest countries to stop fluoridation. And we can do it right here in this state next Saturday. On March 22nd in Union Square in San Francisco, Clean Water California is going to have a march against fluoride. And they're going to start at Union Square at 11 o'clock, and they're going to march down to Justin Herman Plaza. And they want everybody to wear blue and carry signs, and there's going to be a marching band there. So please come out this Saturday at 11 o'clock to San Francisco and Union Square, and support the fact we need to get this barbaric practice of putting a hazardous waste product in our drinking water to reduce cavities so that the corporations have some place to put their hazardous waste and destroy the public's health. So this has been going on far long enough, and you all have the 15 university studies, how fluoridation lowers children's IQs. It's got lead and arsenic in it, and we know what it does to people's health, but I also know that you've just said that you went to the League of Cities, and that they support equally. And if you look up Agenda 21, depopulation in the New World Order, you can see, you check out ICLEI on YouTube. They have a video on it, and depopulation and putting poison in the water, fluoride's part of that. So I hope that the people here in this city know that it's a hazardous waste product, and for the rest of California, we need to support the fact we need to stop poisoning our children. We need to have them be able to grow up with a normal brain. And if you could push the next slide there, please. These are, or push it down. There's 50 reasons to oppose fluoridation by Paul Connett on this site, which is cleanwatercalifornia.org. There's lots of studies. There's every kind of thing you can imagine on this site. I mean, there's hundreds of them. And one of the things about the FDA being so corrupt, that when they put fluoride in medicines, that they were supposed to put a label that it caused cancer under Prop 65. But our FDA chose not to do that. And they know that they put fluoride in, they put it in Prozac, they put it in Zoloft, Paxil, fluoroquinolins, which are antibiotics. And they know from Dean Burke that fluoridation doubles breast cancer death rates. You can check that out on YouTube. And for any woman that values and hopes that they live and die with their both breasts, please check this out. Dr. Dean Burke on YouTube, and come to this protest this Saturday at 11 o'clock. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Barr, to be followed by Don Anderson.
Hello, I'm Don Barr, a local resident, and I'm here with my Stanford University hat on as a professor, and to let you know of a research study that we just completed on Professor Amado Padilla and myself, which you have a copy of and which is now available online through the School of Education's public information site. A year or so ago, when the proposal to shut down Buena Vista Mobile Home Park came before the community, Professor Padilla and I realized we know nothing about the children who live there, so we needed to ask, who are the children? And this is the research we sent out to Stanford undergraduates. We talked to every family in the mobile home park with a child 18 or under, of whom there are 67 families. 129 children age 18 or under live in the mobile home park. 101 of them either go to Palo Alto schools, including the 4 who are in community colleges. They're 90% Hispanic. 78% of the parents preferred that we administer the survey in Spanish, which our bilingual students did. The thing that jumped out to me was that of the 31 children in high school and 4 children in local community college, these are 18 or under, not a single student had dropped out of school. In Santa Clara County, among low-income Hispanic families, and these are 90% low income, 29% of kids have dropped out of school in high school. Not a single student in Buena Vista has dropped out of high school. In fact, they've gone on to community college. We did not interview the kids older than age 18. 40 of the 92 kids in K-12 education are getting special education programs, mostly English as a second language, with other types of programs. The details are in the report. Then we asked them about medical care for their kids living in Palo Alto. 97% of the parents said that they had a usual source of care. 74% of the kids had had a checkup in the last 12 months. 95% of the parents said, when I need medical care, I have no problem getting it. You should be aware, though, that 1 child in 5 has needed dental care within the last year and has been unable to get it because of cost and because of the lack of dental providers who accept public insurance in the local area. So I just want to let you know that these are the kids there. You have the details, and it appears that the children of Buena Vista, all 129 of them, are getting substantial benefit from living in a community such as Palo Alto with the facilities and amenities such as the school district and the medical care facilities that are tremendous benefit and resource to them. And this report, for anyone else who wants to know, is online through the Graduate School of Education at Stanford's public information site. Thank you.
Thank you, Don Anderson, to be followed by Omar Chadi.
Hello, I'm Don Anderson. I live on Alta Mesa Avenue, and I'm going to be reading at you a little bit, but it's heartfelt. I'd like to ask you to listen up. I've lived in Barron Park for 27 years. I've come to know the residents of the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park as hardworking people who care about each other and the neighborhood, and who are important constituents of Barron Park. I'm concerned about the possibility that they'll be dispossessed of the homes they own, their children's schools, their extended families and community, and their livelihoods if they're forced to leave the area in search of affordable housing. Closing Buena Vista would mean the loss of 108 units of affordable housing. The loss would affect our entire city. Where are the people we depend on to provide services, to staff our restaurants and shops supposed to live? Do we really want a city where everyone who works here has to commute from a distance, causing us ever more traffic congestion and parking problems? In a city inhabited by several billionaires and many multimillionaires, a city that's projecting a tax income bonanza in the years ahead, can we not find a way to preserve this long-standing community in our midst instead of scraping it and replacing it with luxury apartments? Surely we can and must do better than that. Those of us who battled both for and against Measure D support preservation of the Buena Vista community. Our city should commit substantial funds to assist Buena Vista residents or an affordable housing developer to buy all or part of the park to assure that residents may remain living there. The city should make clear to the property owner now that the city is prepared to step in, money in hand, if given any opportunity. Palo Alto could get credit against its fair share for saving at-risk affordable housing at the park, or we could get affordable housing credit if an affordable housing developer built new housing there. There are immediate legal limits on what you, the City Council, can say or do about Buena Vista. But please don't use that as an excuse not to do what you can do. Be prepared and committed to offer substantial funding. Our current housing element states your duty. To the extent feasible, the city will seek and appropriate local, state, and federal funding to assist in the preservation and maintenance of the existing units in the Buena Vista Mobile Home Park. The residents of Buena Vista and of Palo Alto expect and implore you to do just that. Thank you.
Thank you. Omar Chadi to be followed by Herb Barak.
Hello, my name is Omar Chadi. Thank you very much. I just am here as usual because I consider the City Council one of the best in the region. And as you may know, Saturday morning, another person was killed by the Caltrain up in Atherton, near the Menlo Park, near the at Lone. Anyway, in Atherton, that makes the 45th death on Caltrain tracks since 2011. 204 people dead since 1995, and nobody's doing much about it. Remember, as of the beginning of last year, 4 people were killed in Palo Alto by Caltrain. This is a train that does not belong in an urban environment, including densification. So I'm asking you, please, to have the leadership to see if the VTA can study and tie in your rail corridor studies over the last couple of years and what it would take to bring BART up here in a manner acceptable to Palo Alto residents and the City Council. BTA is currently starting to meet with the Silicon Valley Leadership Group to see what they need to do to fund the extension to Santa Clara University. So let's see what it would take to bring it up here in an acceptable fashion and replace this deadly train that has people die a horrible death with this train. It served its purpose. And I'd remind you, too, that Palo Alto voters voted for the 2008 ballot measure, despite Sierra Club opposition, by a 2/3 majority. So did Mountain View. So the public is certainly sensitive. And in 1982, when Caltrain was funded initially by Jerry Brown, Santa Clara County and San Mateo County had not yet approved BART. They have now. We've all voted for taxing for ourselves. So things have changed, and I ask you to adapt. You also get better land use control because remember, Caltrain is a shill for high-speed rail and always has been because of the standard track. Please look to the future. It's going to take 15 to 20 years to bring BART down the loop and loop the bay. So we have one-seat solution for transportation demand management to bring people here, take people there, and connect all the major universities and shopping areas and downtowns. So the Dumbarton Rail should not be reinvigorated. A vote's coming up, or I think it's still coming up with the MTC to move $100 million for Dumbarton Rail. We could use that money to bring BART down or bring BART up and not screw up the South Bay with the Don Edwards Wildlife Refuge with another train at the street level that's going to be dumping oil, gas, and pollution into the bay. We can get rid of those pylons because BART's going to serve all the cities. So I appreciate your time, and I'd ask you to please adapt. And I hope someday the Sierra Club will wake up and stop supporting high-speed rail and will support a real backbone rail transit system around the bay, and I know this city council is enlightened enough to at least consider it. Thank you.
Thank you. Herb Borak, to be followed by Margaret Heath.
Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. On your tentative agenda for your meeting of April 7th, you have the subject of the Caltrain draft environmental impact report for their electrification project. You may recall that on another train project, high-speed rail, when their first attempt at environmental impact report on the Bay Area to Central Valley project program EIR was considered, Palo Alto City Council didn't even consider it or take a position on make any comments on that EIR, and therefore was prohibited from being a plaintiff. And when it attempted a friend of the court brief, that was rejected by the court. And in subsequent EIRs there, the city was able to become a plaintiff because it participated in the EIR process. So I believe it's a good thing to be participating in this electrification EIR process. However, typical planning actions by the council usually come with advice from your boards and commissions. This agenda item is scheduled 3 weeks before your meeting of the 28th, which would be 1 day before the deadline for commenting on the EIR. And I want you to consider whether it's worthwhile and makes sense to have the Planning and Transportation Commission, and if necessary, if you think it's appropriate, the Architectural Review Board and the Historic Review Board make recommendations to you before you make a final decision on what comments the City Council wants to make on the Caltrain EIR. And so I look at the April 9th meeting as a preliminary view because it's not necessary to make your decision at that date if you feel you need those comments, and you might want to even consider later this evening on the council comments whether you want to give that kind of direction to those boards and commissions to review the EIR and send you the recommendation in time for you to consider that and incorporate it in your own comments. 2 weeks ago, the city manager referred to staff bringing you a preliminary review of the EIR, and that's what I look at the meeting on April 9th as, because it'll give you an opportunity to get comments from the public, to review the staff comments, and also if you can get at least the Planning and Transportation Commission and others to bring you comments. Thank you.
Thank you. Margaret Heath, to be followed by Adina Levin.
Good evening. Tonight, my remarks concern the lease that Mr. Patrick Smaley has submitted for the tenancy. Oh, I'm sorry. Can I start again? Tonight, my remarks concern the lease that Mr. Patrick Smaley has submitted for the tenancy of the grocery store at the proposed 2180 El Camino PC development. Mr. Smaley is meeting with staff this week for approval and a construction permit. This lease does not meet the requirements the Council inserted into the language of the PC ordinance as a condition of approval. You still have a chance to make this right. Once the construction permit is issued, there is no further mechanism to enforce the terms of the ordinance. When this PC was proposed to you, Mr. Smaley offered, as a public benefit, to set aside space for JJNF to return. In doing so, he emphasized repeatedly that the only way for JJNF to return was if he was given permission to build all the office space requested in his application. That this office space will be the economic engine that will allow him to subsidize the existence of the market. He emphasized repeatedly that the market will be an operational loss for him. You recognize the problem inherent in designating a private business as the public benefit, and JJNF might not return. So you stipulated, prior to issuing a construction permit, there must be a signed lease for the grocery store. If the tenant is not JJNF, the grocery tenant must provide a comparable quality of products and services. The grocery store must remain in continuous operation. The lease must be enforceable against the tenant. Now we learn Mr. Smaley has submitted a lease between himself and his business partner, his son, James Smaley. Are we to believe Mr. Smaley intends to enforce a lease against his son? A lease between himself and his son does not even begin to meet the criteria you inserted into the PC ordinance. James Smaley has no experience running a grocery store. He has stated his plan is to hire experienced staff, but that is not the same as a lease with a legitimate grocer whose future livelihood depends on establishing and running a successful market. Given Mr. Smaley's emphasis that the grocery store will be a loss for him, there will be no incentive for him to continue to lease the store in the future. And I would like you to put a stop to that and wait until we have a proper grocery store lease. Thank you.
Thank you. Adina Levin, to be followed by Shani Kleinhaus.
Hello, good evening, council members. My name is Adina Levin, and I am speaking as a volunteer with the Silicon Valley Bicycle Coalition and from my friend Janet LaFleur, who lives in Mountain View, who is organizing and coordinating a new event during Bike to Work Month, and that is Bike to Shop Day. So on Saturday, May 17th, is going to be Bike to Shop Day. We all make a big deal about people commuting by bike in May, and this is a chance to also think about bicycling for the 40% of trips that are 2 miles or less out of the 80% of trips that are actually not commuting. And often you hear people say, well, gee, it was so terribly stressful to try and drive a car to town and country to run a short errand. And this is an opportunity for people to experience, well, what is it like to actually, go to the grocery store and pick up some batteries or lettuce or something like that by a bicycle. The way this is going to work is we volunteers in communities in Palo Alto, in Menlo Park, in Mountain View, in San Jose are signing up local merchants to provide discounts and promotions to people who come and say, hey, I shopped by bike. And they'll have a poster in the window. This is very complementary to the Transportation Demand Management Initiative to try and help people get around Palo Alto without driving. It's complementary to the bicycle investments that you'll be considering here this evening. This is something that hopefully city council members may take advantage of, and any city staff that are nearby enough to want to be able to bike to shop on Saturday, May 17th. And if the city would like to help publicize and spread the word as a part of the overall TDM initiatives, that will be welcome. We'll get you the information. Bike to Shop Day, Saturday, May 17th.
Thank you. Shani Kleinhaus, to be followed by Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening. I'm Shani Kleinhaus with Santa Clara Valley Audubon Society. I'm also a resident of Palo Alto. I read that the Lucy Evans Baylands Natural Interpretive Center boardwalk is being closed because it's unsafe. And I'm here to ask to invest in reopening it and fixing it as fast as possible. Our group brings a lot of people to that site to see the Baylands, to see the Palo Alto resources. There are many others that use it, environmental volunteers for one, but many, many others. It's a really unique resource. We don't have a lot of points where we can actually see the bay and the Baylands as they are because it's so complicated these days to get the permits. Palo Alto already has a structure, so fixing an existing structure is a lot easier than getting permits for a completely new structure, and you will have our support as an environmental group as permits is required for this. So we really encourage Palo Alto to move as fast as possible. The longer you wait, the more permits you'll need. That's how it is. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker will be Stephanie Munoz.
Good evening, council members. It's St. Patrick's Day, and that's a day to think about home and loss, and what it means to be driven from the home that you love. We've been compassionate and helpful with countries across the sea, especially in the Philippines and Japan, and I think we also have to think about the people in our own country who are suffering from lack of a home because they've been driven from their homes. You know that there's a homeless shelter, a little sort of ad hoc homeless shelter over at the Lutheran Church on the Stanford campus, or next to the Stanford campus, for 16 mothers and children. And that's going to close on April the 16th. It's, after all, it's just an ad hoc shelter, something that the Stanford students put together. And then and the Sunnyvale Armory, going to close. You'll never guess why. It's going to close so that they can put in affordable housing for somebody. And I asked our state senator, Jerry Hill, or rather I asked one of his people, yes, but what are you going to do with the homeless that are in that shelter? Oh, well, we're going to find something. I'm quoting, I am not making this up. He said, we're going through the motions now. And I thought, that kid does not know that going through the motions is an expression that means pretending to do something about it, but not really doing anything about it. And then there's Buena Vista. If we do not buckle down and realize that those people own their own little homes, that they came to this area long ago, that the people living there voted to belong to Palo Alto, not imagining that Palo Alto was then going to kick them out. If you don't come to terms with that, we're going to have another 400 homeless people. I'd like to appeal to you, take this problem seriously. A civilized country, a civilized town, does not just fluff off homelessness. You've got to do something about these people that have no shelter. I do not mean that we have to have a jacuzzi or a swimming pool or even heat, but they have to be sheltered from the elements. They have to have a bathroom. So, and it's incumbent on the cities where they are to do something. And I don't see that it's getting done. I don't see that the state is doing its part. They're selling off Agnew piece by piece, and the mental health, the mentally hopeless are ending up in the jails. Do something. Thank you.
Thank you. And moving on to the next agenda item, I need an approval for the minutes. Do I have a motion?
So moved.
Moved by Vice Mayor Niss, seconded by Councilmember Klein. Please vote on the board. That motion carries with Councilmember Price absent. The next item is the consent calendar, and I have some speakers on the consent calendar. So there's 3 speakers on item number 9. So I'm going to take this up right now, and then I'm going to be asking for a motion from colleagues. So the first speaker will be Ralph Thomas, to be followed by Penny Ellison. You'll have 3 minutes.
Hello. Hi. So I came, excuse me, I came to speak in favor of the improved bicycle infrastructure and
Can you hold the mic up a little higher?
I'm sorry.
Thank you. That's good.
Is that better? Yeah, great. Okay, so I came here to talk to speak in favor of the improved bicycle infrastructure in Palo Alto. I work in Los Altos and live in Palo Alto. I've commuted by bike for the last 10 years, and normally travel along the Arrastradero-Charleston corridor, and I'm generally super careful. A week and a half ago, on my way back from work, I was approaching the Caltrain, where the Caltrain goes over Charleston, and then Charleston continues over Alma. I typically merge in with traffic. There, most traffic in the right lane is turning right, and if I stay in the bike lane, I have a bigger danger of being right hooked, it's called, where a car turns right without seeing a bicycle approaching. And so last week I did this, and then the cars in front of me stopped, and I didn't have the stopping distance. I went into the back of the car right in front of me, and I hit my head. I smashed my helmet. I don't know if you can see, I got a bunch of cracks in here. Yeah, so I believe that a lot could be done to improve that intersection and a few other spots along there. And I think it should definitely be done. So thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker will be Penny Ellison, to be followed by Andrew Boone.
Good evening. I'm Penny Ellison. I live at 513 El Capitan Place, and I'm here in the Green Meadow neighborhood. And I'm here to support staff's recommendation to fund design and environmental review work for a network of bicycle and pedestrian projects envisioned in the unanimously approved Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan, and I thank you for approving that plan. There are some people here tonight who would like to express their support as a group in order to save you the time of listening to all of us tell you how we feel. So please stand now if you support staff's recommendation. And thank you for coming to share your concerns and with the council. We're impressed with what the city's doing here. It's a thoughtful and efficient way to get these individual projects designed as a well-integrated, connected bike pedestrian network for neighborhoods and school sites and businesses. Working on these facilities as a network through their design and environmental review phases means that the consultants for each project will have the opportunity to collaborate. It's a smart approach that we hope you will support by funding the complete network proposal tonight. On behalf of the PTA Council Traffic Safety Committee, I want to thank staff for their extensive outreach to neighborhoods and to every single P8USD school site community through the walk and roll mapping process and neighborhood meetings. Though I couldn't attend all of those meetings, I've heard from parents and students around the school district about how much they appreciated the opportunity to contribute comments and school commute safety concerns to this planning process. It's great to see that the city's integrating information they gathered in those meetings into the process. All of these projects have a strong policy basis in the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan and the city's comprehensive plan. Each of them has been reviewed at the City School Traffic Safety Committee and is part of the review and comment process on the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan. Please approve staff's recommendation to approve the 5 consultant contracts for design and environmental review of the Bicycle and Pedestrian Transportation Plan implementation projects and to adopt the BAO. This is the first big step toward implementing the visionary citywide network of bicycle boulevards and routes and pedestrian routes at last. This is the network we've been waiting for. Thank you for your support of Safe Routes to School and for considering my comments. Good night.
Thank you. Andrew Boone, to be followed by Carrie Wagner.
Good evening, council members. My name is Andrew Boone. I live near the main library. I have been paying close attention to the bicycle and pedestrian plan when it was being put together a couple of years ago, and then following up with, I've spoken with several of you about, specifically about the bicycle boulevard network, which is the bulk of what you're considering approving tonight. Also, some other very important projects like on Arrastradero Road to make permanent those, the physical infrastructure there, not just the thermoplastic material. But the bicycle boulevard network is really, I think, a big step forward, a bigger step than a lot of people realize. Bicycle boulevards are a deceptively simple thing, a street that has just a few small design modifications compared to a typical street that really make a huge impact in someone's ability to get things done by bicycle. With Bryant Street and Park Boulevard, you really can cross the city almost anyone can do it on a bicycle. And creating a whole network of those things is really a brilliant solution. I want to remind you that we tend to think of this as a bicycle network or a bicycle project, but really benefits everybody. People who don't ride bikes ever benefit because other people can take trips by bike. You know, there really is less traffic in Palo Alto because of the bicycle boulevards we have and other excellent bicycle infrastructure that we have. And the 5 more that are being considered to be designed by you tonight are half of all of what is proposed in the bicycle and pedestrian transportation plan. Really will be a great help for us. Thank you.
Thank you. Carrie Wagner, you'll be speaking on item number 9, to be followed by Michael McDougall, who will be speaking on item number 8.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Wagner, and I live on Edley Avenue in the Charleston Meadows neighborhood. The Charleston-Arastradero Complete Street project has been more vigorously vetted than any other transportation project I can think of in the last decade. It has received council and PTC approval at all of its various phases, always with unanimous votes. A pedestrian, bike-friendly Charleston-Arastradero Road is an integral part of South Palo Alto's design. Charleston-Arastradero is a residential arterial and a City of Palo Alto designated school commute corridor that serves 11 public and private elementary, middle, and high schools. The Abilities United rehabilitation programs, 2 community centers, 2 large senior housing facilities, multiple parks and preschools, and a shopping center. None of these facilities was designed with capacity for high auto volumes. Increasing numbers of foot-powered commuters travel along and across the corridor throughout the day. It will be an important part of the proposed integrated network. Please include it in the complete network that I am here to support tonight. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael McDougall, who will be speaking on item number 8, and then Omar Chatty will be speaking on item number 9.
Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. I come here before you tonight to speak specifically on item number 8 on your consent calendar. This refers to Scott Mini Park and the planned renovations at Scott Mini Park. We have had the opportunity to come before the Parks Committee on several occasions to propose that they look more closely at the plan in the renovation park, which is to add considerable noise there by introducing a bocce ball court in addition to the existing basketball court. What we've asked, and unfortunately it has not been something which has fallen on receptive ears, is that they look at less than half a block away at Heritage Park, which is open on 3 sides, and thus would not increase noise in such a manner as the one would addition and bocce ball in Scott Mini Park would, as that is surrounded by homes and businesses on all 4 sides. It is a 1/4 acre park as opposed to a 2-acre park. The noise from the basketball is already excessive. We've asked that 2 is too many. 2 group activities in that park is too many. Basketball court is fine, I guess, but if that could be moved to Heritage Park, that would be great. Adding bocce ball in addition to the basketball court, that would be too terribly burdensome in the area. In addition to that, we have also asked that they look more deeply into the number of residents who would take advantage of a bocce ball court. The reason is because there are a relatively small number of people who are interested in this particular sport at this time in the city of Palo Alto. A survey which was undertaken, unfortunately, didn't have the type of controls in place that would prevent people from casting their vote more than once. So ironically, the people that came before the Parks Committee on several occasions were very small in number, whereas the number of votes tallied in favor of such a bocce ball court were much higher. This issue with this type of uncontrolled voting was brought to the attention of the Parks Committee, and they again didn't act on that. But our particular concern, given that we live right adjacent to Scott Mini Park, is that it's already too noisy with the basketball court, and adding a bocce ball court is only going to make matters worse. So I would ask that you kindly remove that item from your consent calendar. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Omar Chatty to be speaking on item number 9.
My name is Omar Chatty, and I don't want to overstay my welcome, but I forgot to mention that BART up the peninsula, like BART elsewhere, will allow the 60 miles of a bike path between San Francisco and San Jose, and Sunnyvale and Mountain View and all the cities that are doing bike networks and bike paths as you are. So I think it's a great idea, and in the future can tie in. If you're familiar with El Cerrito and Berkeley
Mr.
area,
Chatty, this is specific
9, right?
to our bicycle plan. So are you speaking to that?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm trying to say how it ties in. I mean, so it'll increase the safety, and with electrified BART and grade separation, it makes it that much safer for these exclusive bike lanes. They can get off Alma and everything else. So everything you're doing on your bike path fits into the larger picture of regional transportation. Thank you.
Thank you. And now I would like to ask for a motion for the consent calendar.
So moved.
Moved by Councilmember Berman, seconded by Vice Mayor Niss. All those in favor, please vote on the board. And the consent calendar passes with Councilmember Price absent. Okay, it is 8:30, and we have set aside an hour and 15 minutes for tonight's action items. So this will take us to 9:45. And then we're going to move into a closed session for the post office. We have 2 action items this evening because, as mentioned earlier, the naming of the main library has been moved to April 7th. The first item, item number 14, moves the comprehensive plan and has been scheduled for 1 hour. Staff will begin with a 10 to 15-minute presentation and ask the council to approve their modified process and schedule for the planning project, together with a contract amendment and budget amendment ordinance. This item was originally scheduled for March 3rd, but was rescheduled due to the length of that meeting. Staff hasn't received lots of comments from the public or from council, so I'm hoping that we can get a motion on the floor early for council comments and questions and finish this item within our remaining 45 minutes. The second item will be item number 16, the adoption of an MOU with SEIU. We have scheduled this item for 15 minutes. It is on council for action, as has been the council's practice since 2010. It is a good opportunity to acknowledge a successful outcome for the city and our employees in this new agreement with our largest union. When we reach that item, I will be asking for a motion to put the staff recommendation on the floor before comments and questions. So let's take up item number 14, which is the comprehensive plan, with the staff presentation. I will also be, after this, I will be going out to oral communications or communications with the public, and then we will bring it back to council for action.
Our planning director.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd, council members. Hillary Gittleman, the planning director. I'm here with Stephen Turner of our staff, and we are very excited this evening to bring you an item about a revised approach to the update of our comprehensive plan. We want your blessing this evening on an approach to this project. We want your blessing or adoption of a deadline so we get it done. And we're asking you to take 2 very specific implementation tasks. Stephen has a presentation for you, and I'll jump in at the end after public comment, and we'd be happy to answer your questions and comments. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Hillary. Good evening, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I'm Stephen Turner, the long-range planning manager, and as Hillary mentioned, I'm excited and pleased to present our recommendation for the process to complete the comprehensive plan in a 24-month period. As you're aware, we've been working on the update for a number of years, but we're finally at a point when we can begin discussions with the council about the work that we've completed so far and to initiate the environmental review process. Late last year, the council and staff began discussions regarding the relationship of the comprehensive plan with other studies that have been proceeding concurrently, such as the housing element update, planned community reform, the downtown development cap study, and the downtown parking and traffic studies. And the thought was at the time to develop a program that would capture and foster the relationships between these studies and the efforts while allowing for an extensive public engagement effort. So with all of that thought, the Our Palo Alto process was born, and it's really a framework of ideas, actions, and designs with the comprehensive plan update representing the design portion, a blueprint for the future on how we can move forward with policies and programs that will serve us well into the future. So in this presentation, I'm going to be going over what we've done so far, why we might need a modified process, what that process is and a timeline for getting it done, and a request to expand the scope and budget for one of our key partners in this effort. But first, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context about the comprehensive plan itself. As I stated earlier, it's really the blueprint for the future, or the planning constitution for the city. It's built around goals, policies, and programs that address all parts of the city, not just land use. And it contains chapters known as elements that are focused on specific topics, such as land use, transportation, and housing. There are two elements, additional elements, the business and economics and governance elements that are optional. The other elements are state-required elements. City Council is required to review and adopt the comprehensive plan, but it doesn't need to be approved by any other body or organization. The housing element is also part of the comprehensive plan. It's a little bit different in that it has its own review period and horizon year, so it's separate from the comprehensive plan in that way, but it's certainly a part of the comprehensive plan as a whole. As council and the public know, our original comp plan was adopted in 1998, and it has been serving the city very well during that time. The comprehensive plan includes a citywide development cap of 1.3 million commercial square feet and a downtown cap of 350,000 commercial square feet. We have not reached those caps yet, even though the plan anticipated that we might be reaching those in 2010. It's still really the basis for our land use decisions and our capital improvement plan efforts. And per City Council direction, an updated comprehensive plan is not likely to introduce any significant new land use or policy changes. So back in 2006, when Council provided direction for the comprehensive plan update, Council wanted to focus on a number of issues, including the preservation of commercial land uses, retail and services, incorporate sustainability concepts into the plan, including policies for climate change adaptation, update the housing element, and prepare two concept area plans, the California Avenue Concept Area Plan and East Meadow Concept Area Plan. Then in 2010, at a joint meeting with the Planning and Transportation Commission, the Council provided some additional direction. Number one, to update the growth projections in the city, to update the document structure, vision, goals, policies, and programs, and also to remove repetition and redundancy where possible throughout the document, and consider policies for the South El Camino Real area. So since 2010, we have been working on that direction. Staff has been working with the Planning and Transportation Commission to really address those work plan items. The way we've done that is we formed subcommittees of the Planning and Transportation Commissioners to review each element. Where it was appropriate to do so, we included community involvement from partners and stakeholder groups. And then we reviewed the edits in draft form with other boards and commissions. For example, for the community services issue, we reached out to the Parks and Recreation Commission and Library Commission for their thoughts and comments. For the natural environment element, since it contains policies and programs related to utilities, we took a draft of some proposed revisions to the Utilities Advisory Commission as well. We then reviewed each of the elements with the Planning and Transportation Commission as a public hearing item, and we invited the community to participate at that time. And the PTC's action was to accept those elements so that they could move forward in the process. Since that process started, we have prepared or reviewed 6 of the 7 draft element goals, policies, and programs. The one we haven't done is the governance element. We feel that that could be completed near the end of the process and really serve to be an executive summary or an implementation tool for the amended comprehensive plan. The 2 concept area plans have been prepared. Council recommended adoption of the East Meadow Circle concept area plan, and staff and the Planning and Transportation Commission has recently finished review of the California Avenue concept area plan. We have also completed work on future year traffic demand forecasting model, and that has already been prepared as well. So what's next? We're kind of at a crossroads. We could certainly proceed with our original intent, which is to review each of the element with the City Council, get your determination that the elements are generally acceptable, and then proceed with the environmental review and preparation of a final comp plan document. But at this point, we're recommending that we take a slightly different course. We really see this moment as an opportunity to forge a collective vision for the city. Over the past year, as the economic recovery has accelerated, it's been an interesting time for the city. We've had to respond to development pressures expressed in projects such as the Arts and Innovation District, the J. Paul Planned Community Request, adoption of the 2007-2014 housing element, the Maybell Climo project, high-speed rail, and the Stanford University Medical Center projects. And so staff thinks this is a good time to question our growth management strategies and wonder if there are any alternatives in the way we think about growth in Palo Alto. It's also an opportunity to consolidate all of our concurrent planning efforts together, all of those efforts that I mentioned at the beginning of the presentation. So staff believes that the Our Palo Alto program that we have been discussing with council is really the great framework for these efforts. It will provide that framework for all the activities that we could be doing to produce a comprehensive plan that will serve us well into the future. It's also an opportunity for broad community engagement around all of the issues we've been dealing with in a way that doesn't require us to start over, but allows us to build upon our existing comprehensive plan and the work that's already been done. It's also a process that is completed in a way that's unique to Palo Alto, and really the best part, as Hillary mentioned, it comes with a strict deadline. So as we started to think about the comprehensive plan process and how we might pull this together, we kind of saw each of the elements made up of a constellation of connected stars representing the highlights of this process. And I'll go through each one briefly and then in more detail. We will begin with a startup period to establish the foundation for this effort. We'll then move into an expanded scoping period with community engagement about issues, alternatives, and baseline data. We'll then prepare a draft environmental impact report and a draft comprehensive plan document. That will be followed by the final EIR and final comprehensive plan document. And then finally, a user's guide, which we hope that will make the comprehensive plan more accessible to the public. So to go into a little bit more detail, the first star is the startup and kickoff tasks, and there's three kind of main elements as part of that. We would like to have a ceremonial kickoff to this effort, and we think one of the neat ways to express that is through a reunion of all the folks that participated in the 1998 comp plan effort. We really wanted to honor those people, let them know their work was appreciated, show them that really the comprehensive plan has served the city very well over the past 15 years, and also introduce this group to the effort going forward. We also want to convene a community leadership group. This will be an important group that will be advisors to the effort. We hope to bring together a broad spectrum of the community, both diverse geographically and demographically, but also diverse in interest. We expect to have regular meetings with this group to review our approach, to review the results of our efforts and studies, and plan for the next steps. And then finally, within this initial kickoff effort is the issuance of the formal notice of preparation and project description to kick off the environmental review and scoping period. So the next section is actually a very exciting section, at least for city planners, because it really emphasizes community engagement as part of this. This is an effort that would begin in April and go through the summer through August and do a couple of important things. Number one, we'd like to release and distribute baseline data. It's really a description of what's happening now in Palo Alto. These would be studies that would focus on build-out calculations, jobs, housing, employment trends, and other existing setting information that would be used as baseline data in the draft EIR. The second important thing in this period is the development of alternative scenarios that would be studied in the EIR. It's important that we engage the community about growth to make sure that we're on the right track, and we want to hear from the community about their own perceptions of growth. And this period is really, as I mentioned, all about reaching out to the community. We want to spend time listening to their ideas and concerns for the future, and we think that we would do so in a very unique Palo Alto way. We would do the typical things like have public hearings and give information on our website, but we also want to utilize online tools and social media to reach out and encourage public participation in this effort. We want to hold symposium throughout the city on topics that speak to current issues such as housing affordability, demographics, urban design, and automobile use. We also want to really promote our out into the community effort. So often we ask the community to come to city or city hall and listen to us, but we think through this effort that we can actually go out into the community and listen to them. It's really quite different than the way we've been operating in the past, but also very, very exciting. If you look at kind of the statistics of who we could go through, there's just so much opportunity. We have 20 neighborhood associations that we could visit. There are 30 friends and partner groups within the city that all are focused on a specific area. There are 20 boards and commission outreach opportunities. And if you want to go really far, there's over 40 meetup.com groups that meet regularly that are located in Palo Alto. These are all opportunities for city staff, for boards and commissioners and council members to go out to the community and listen. We feel that if we can track all of these interactions, post the results, interpret what we hear, and see if there are ideas that begin to coalesce around themes that we might get a sense of the types of alternative scenarios that we'd like to promote as part of the environmental impact report. So after we complete that public outreach effort, we will be working to develop the draft EIR and comprehensive plan document. The comprehensive plan will be a policy document at this stage, about an 80% development of the document. But we will also have an extensive public and community engagement effort. This will be another series of public meetings, online forums, and official PTC and city council meetings, really for the selection of the preferred alternatives. It'll be followed up in 2015 with the release of the final EIR, which will go into an expanded analysis of the preferred alternative scenario and respond to public comments. We'll also release the draft, or actually the final comprehensive plan document, and that will be complete with the narratives and the charts and maps that we're all used to, with the hopes that we can get the final EIR and comprehensive plan certified and adopted by December of 2015. The last star on the chart is creation of a user's guide, an interactive online version. So oftentimes the comprehensive plan document is a document that's completed and celebrated and done, and then it goes on the shelf, and if you're not a planner, you really don't use it. We'd like to create a tool that is more of an online document so that people can go in and maybe do a search term for, say, trees, and get a report back of all the policies, programs, charts, information that relate to, say, trees that are within the comprehensive plan. And we think that will make the document more of an accessible, much more usable effort. We expect that user's guide and online version to come after certification and adoption, probably sometime in early 2016. An important part to kind of pull off this ambitious schedule and work plan is that we do need the help of our comp plan consultant that has been with us since 2008. The consultant is now known as PlaceWorks, but they've been formerly known to us as the Planning Center in DC&E. They're a full-service land use design and consulting firm that has extensive experience with general plans and community engagement. We've been fortunate to have Joanna Jansen, who's the associate principal at PlaceWorks, advising the city since the beginning of the effort, and now we're very ably assisted by Andrew Hill, also of PlaceWorks. The most recent addition to the team is Principal Charlie Knox. Mr. Knox has a special connection to Palo Alto in that he grew up here in town, and he's also the son of former planning director Naphtali Knox. And we feel very satisfied that we have the A-team version working on this project. PlaceWorks has been, as I mentioned, reviewing and working with staff since 2008. They've been reviewing all of our existing elements and suggesting revisions, adding the sustainability concepts. They've also prepared our concept area plans and prepared our future year traffic demand scenario model. They've also been administering our website. And in order to accommodate the extended schedule and other scope additions, Council approved a contract amendment for them in June of 2013. PlaceWorks' really role in this has been to advise staff on the update. It's really been a staff-driven type of effort, so the delays for the comp plan really can't be placed at PlaceWorks. It's probably more appropriate to place them on me. But PlaceWorks is certainly a very important part, a member of our team in order to move forward. So with that, we are requesting a contract amendment of $597,206, and that would include new tasks for community engagement tools, an extended scoping period and additional meetings, the development of these alternative development scenarios, and development of the comp plan user's guide. It also takes into account all of the existing pre-approved scope of work and tasks, and the resultant contract would be $1.7 million. So finishing up the presentation, it's staff's recommendation really for Council to reframe the process for the comp plan, really to provide a robust alternatives analysis and initiate an expanded community engagement exercise. We'd like for you to adopt a completion date of December 2015 and approve a contract amendment with PlaceWorks and a $200,000 budget amendment ordinance. Staff's suggested motion for Council is up on the screen, and we would be happy to take any questions that you may have. Thank you.
Thank you. Before we take it up on Council, I'm going to go out to the community for their public comment. You'll have 3 minutes to speak, and the first speaker will be Bob Moss, and the second speaker will be Stephanie Nunez.
Thank you, Mayor Shepherd and council members. I think the overall approach the staff is taking is a very good way to go, and getting the community involved is certainly useful. It's also not new. I don't know if you're aware of it, but when the city's first modern comprehensive plan was adopted in 77, 78, the community was very heavily involved and in fact made a number of suggestions that were incorporated in the comprehensive plan. As one example, 3 of us in Barron Park created the CN zone. Meeting throughout the city and scattered various neighborhoods is also a very good idea. And again, it's been done before. When the 77, 78 comprehensive plan was being discussed, most of our meetings were held 395 Mill at the old HP building, not the current building that's there, but there's an earlier building there. So staff and the community met and discussed for hours on end, almost as long as some of the council meetings. So I think the approach is good, but I'm not going to get into details about specific things that you should be looking at when the comprehensive plan is updated, but just a couple of generic comments without going into specific details. In many cases, policies and programs are adopted, but there is no timeline for completing them. As an example, there would be a policy to meet with the community and discuss such and such and come to an agreement if possible, but there's no timeline or schedule. That should be put in wherever possible. Secondly, when we are doing a comprehensive plan, we should be looking at all of the impacts. There's been a tendency over the years to look at specific issues and not to look at how they will impact other issues. So I should think it would be nice to have let's say, a more integrated view. I think that doing it this way is a good approach. You're going to have to do an awful lot of recruiting to get the neighborhoods and the community members involved and interested. But I think it's worth doing. And it was reminded me of what the late Councilmember Burwald said when the first comprehensive plan was adopted. He said there were 3 really wonderful features about it. The first was it was comprehensive. The second was it was only a plan. And the third was it could be amended at any time. So I think we should move forward on it. Should try to make it as comprehensive and as useful a document as possible, and I look forward to helping you out.
Thank you. Our next speaker is Stephanie Nunez, to be followed by Shawnee Kleinhaus.
Yes, good evening. I'd like to compliment our new planner on a very nice presentation. very clearly put, very complimentary, very well organized. And I'd like to I have a suggestion. I would like to suggest that he take a walk down memory lane and check out many of the tapes of speeches that have been given before this council with regards to various particular developments. Over and over and over, the residents have, well, that's what they came to the meeting for, they have complained about overdevelopment. And, well, just take, if it's not too controversial, say California Avenue, which everybody seems to be pretty much resigned to by now. I think it would be probably instructive for him to listen to the, I thought, well-reasoned statements that objectors made, all of the merchants made, to what was happening to their street. And in fact, all of the hot-button issues that there were, the people who spoke, Moss was one of them, of course, have had, I thought, intelligent things to say, respectful and well-reasoned, and they might be perhaps instructive to our new man on the totem pole here. So that's what I would like to suggest. I kind of wish that our one council member who once said, I'm going to vote for this because we have to do this if we're going to have growth. And my thought was, yes, but has anybody asked what the limits to growth are? Are there any limits to growth? Don't there have to be limits to growth, since there is a limited amount of land in the township? Really, don't you at some time have to say, this is how many, this is how much? And I've heard about these caps, but the cap does not recognize the effect that each increment puts on the rest of the town. Every time you add a development rights, you add to the value of the land. And when you do that, you subtract the amount of affordable housing land. So I would like to suggest that somebody, sometime, think about stopping growth. Thank you.
Thank you. And our final speaker is Shani Kleinhaus.
Good evening again, Mayor and City Council. I'm going to speak as a resident this time and not for Audubon, but I do speak out of my experience working with Audubon on several efforts in the area where cities are looking to update their general plans or other plans. I'm curious about the cost of this plan compared to, for example, Mountain View, which just finished one of theirs updates to general plan. This seems a little steep, and so I'm definitely interested in the cost. But one other thing that I wanted to talk about is I want to talk about the online tools. I found those not to be very effective in other places. Partially it's because they keep asking the public to be engaged on an ongoing basis. So somebody puts a comment in and then it keeps asking for more, and people get really tired of that and they stop. The other thing, they're really easy to manipulate by a certain group that just goes and manipulates it because there is no nobody has to show up. People come here or to a public meeting and they speak and they interact. Online they interact, but I've seen that it's extremely easy to manipulate those online tools and have to be very careful of that. And I just say that as a caution. Thank you.
Thank you. And as I mentioned before, we will be spending the rest of our time taking this up, and I'm hoping that we get a motion on the floor early. And Vice Mayor Nist, do you want to kick us off on this?
Okay, an answer to that is I would move the suggested motion without reading it to see if there is a second, and then I will say something.
I'll say.
So the motion was made by Vice Mayor Niss and seconded by Councilmember Scharf. Vice Mayor Niss, would you like to speak to your motion?
I would. I think this plan is particularly good, and the reason I want to do it is to go back a few years. And on page 12, one of the things you mentioned, the third bullet down, is to have a comp plan reunion kickoff event. I'm not sure that this group here knows how many people that would involve. Do you remember how many? Did you go back and look?
I've heard it was about 60 people.
That's right. That's just what I've written down.
Great party.
It was 60 people, but it was initially a group of 30 to 35 that began meeting in 1992 and 93. By the time this was done 6 years later, all the alternates had been included because it wasn't possible. People moved away, people went on and did other things. And this group met, as I recall, at least monthly for that period of time. It was overseen by then from the planning department, Nancy Lytle, and there was a great deal of food that was involved in it as well. I don't say that lightheartedly. It was a truly long and very complicated process. That, I think, took so much staff time, and it took an incredible amount of just energy from the community. I think, you know, everyone may think something different in the end of any comp plan because they meet your needs or they meet somebody else's needs. That isn't always self-evident. But I think that this plan, which is a 2-year plan, which involves a limited number of people. You have 15 listed on the back who will be called your planning committee, your leadership group, whatever it may end up being called. And they will work very closely with you. You also have mentioned going out into the community and listening, which I think is a terrific idea. I would also mention that you will not make everyone happy. There is no way that's going to occur. However, this expedited, modified, whatever we may refer to it as plan, I think, given especially where we are in our community at this point, is really the best way to go. So I totally support this. I was delighted to see it come forward in this concise form, and it was also very nicely presented. So I appreciate that. So with that.
Thank you. Councilmember Scharf, would you like to speak to your second?
I would. This will probably be the most tepid endorsement I give of a second. So I think the plan is really good. I think the 2-year process, all that. Where I see the fatal flaw in all this that really concerns me and has been troubling me is we have a 1-year process for the housing element and a 2-year process for the comp plan, and it doesn't match up. And there's a lot of serious issues we need to discuss about housing. And we've set up a great stakeholder group to have those issues discussed, but it's really a 2-year process. It's not a 1-year process. So I have to step back a little bit and say to myself, when we started the housing element discussions, I was told by staff originally, and I think staff believed this isn't, that we were going to need to rezone for about 1,000 units. That then went down to about 600 new units in the comp plan, in the housing element. And now we're down to about 300 or so. And we don't have to rezone for anything. What we have to do is take sites that are already zoned residential and put them on the housing element, what do we call it? The housing element inventory list. So we don't have to rezone anything. We just simply have to take existing sites and put them on the housing inventory list. Now, that we have a good stakeholder group, this is going to be not a satisfying process for people. There's not going to be the time to have a really robust alternatives analysis about all the different things we should do with housing. And there are a lot of great issues, and Councilmember Schmidt raised a whole bunch of them. The problem is that those aren't the issues we're going to be able to deal with during the time frame for this. So what I really think we should do is we should disconnect the 2 processes. We should go approve our housing element. We should take the 2 sites where we already have the property zoned, it's already there, and just put the property on the housing element inventory list. And then we should have the 2-year community process and engagement around the housing element, knowing that what we've really done is done a placeholder because the state and ABAG is forcing on us to do it this year rather than doing it in the Palo Alto timeframe and get the community engagement of 2 years. It'd actually be fairly easy to do that. And then I believe the stakeholder groups and the community would have the opportunity to give their input into the process. And I think there's no reason why we can't disconnect. Let's get our housing element approved, which is not a difficult process right now. We thought it was going to be, but it's turned out that it's not. There's no rezoning involved. There's simply taking existing zone sites and putting them on the housing inventory list. Then we can take the 2 years and say, well, maybe we should not rezone some of these. Maybe we should rezone some sites. Maybe we should take some sites that are currently zoned residential and not rezone them. Maybe they're in the wrong places. Maybe we should have more density for housing on California Avenue in downtown, near the train station. Maybe we should not. But we can't have that community conversation the way we've set it up right now. And I think that's a real problem. At least it troubles me. And I wanted to get some feedback from staff, what they thought about this notion of decoupling to some extent, because other people have said, well, then we're going to approve the housing element, and we're not going to look at it, and it's going to be done. And we're going to basically take those two sites, we're talking about the Fry site pretty much, and the San Antonio housing sites that are already in the zoning, and saying that's going to meet those 300 units, and then we haven't had the conversation. So I wanted some sense from staff about this notion of how we resolve this in a way that doesn't lead to not having the conversation and, frankly, frustrating the stakeholder group. I see them getting very frustrated in this process.
Well, thank you, Councilmember Scharf. Very observant and just right to the point. I think the state has put local jurisdictions like Palo Alto in a really difficult spot, giving us such a short amount of time to update our housing element and really not giving us the ability to take into account local factors like the fact that we have this comp plan process ongoing and that it will take longer than the housing element deadline. I think you've summarized well what this is ultimately going to mean. It means that those of us who are working on the housing element update and the stakeholders who are engaged in that process are going to have so little time, we're going to be forced to make quick choices, surface those to the Regional Housing Mandate Committee, to the Planning Commission, and to the Council, and see if we can't get the housing element adopted in compliance with the state's deadlines and all their requirements without being able to examine really dramatic alternatives. But the comp plan process, by happening concurrently, gives us that opportunity and that forum. So I'm hoping that those who engaged in the housing element process and find themselves frustrated just because of lack of time and the state deadline, the state mandates, will also participate and assist us in the comp plan effort, because as you indicated, that is our opportunity to really consider alternatives in a meaningful way. If we end up at the end of the day with a comp plan, 2 years out, that takes some different direction than we have in our housing element, then you're absolutely right. We would have to go back and make amendments to our housing element. But presumably, at that point, there would be some consensus or at least collective buy-in to any changes in direction that we had made in the comp plan effort. So I hope that answers your question. I think it's a wonderful observation because the state mandate is sort of where we are today.
So it does and it doesn't. It does if we are agreeing in doing this that we're having the housing discussion and it's decoupled from the housing element. That when we go through the comp plan stuff, we are going to ask the bigger questions and continue to do that, as opposed to saying we're now approved our housing element and therefore that is done. Because if we start with the notion that what we've got to do is meet some state requirements, let's get the housing element approved, and it could be a simple process, but let's have the big conversation, and we're going to do this while we do the comp plan. I think there's a lot of confusion on the stakeholder group. A lot of people have told me that they think that this is their opportunity in the housing element to deal with these big issues. And I don't think that's going to work out given the limited time. And so the question is, are you saying we're having a decoupling, or are you saying, no, once we get the housing element done, we've done the housing element? It's really how staff's going to use the resources and what the conversation is going to be in the public and what the expectations are. And that's really, I don't really feel we've dealt with that issue.
Well, thank you. I think that's a good point. I'm just a little sensitive about using the term decoupling because the housing element is part of the comp plan. We have to ultimately adopt a housing element and a comprehensive plan that are internally consistent and that speak to each other. So we can't decouple them entirely. But I understand your concern about the stakeholders' potential for confusion if we're asking them to do one thing in one venue and another thing in another. And I'm sensitive to the fact that we're going to have to find a good way to communicate those two different tasks and how they relate to each other.
So I don't care what language we use, frankly. I'm just thinking you could do it on 2 tracks if you're more comfortable with that, where the first track is you get an approved housing element. The second is you have a big conversation about the comp plan that anticipates that there could be revisions.
Yes.
And that if there are revisions, then that people are free to make those suggestions after we have an approved housing element. And that the conversation really goes along 2 tracks because there's the track of let's get a housing element approved, and there's a track let's have the broader conversation and explore other things and other alternatives and have what you have in here, which is a robust alternatives analysis, which we won't be doing in 1 year.
I completely agree with that. That's exactly what we're trying to set up as a process.
And so I guess what I'm asking is if that's the process, do I need to offer amendments to this motion, or does this motion include that as the concept?
That has been our concept all along. We clearly haven't articulated it very well, but you have done so very succinctly.
All right.
Could I just pile on to that? I want to thank you for the comment, too, because I think it's really important. I think it does relate also to the ambitious schedule that has been laid out for the comp plan itself. So I think it would be unfortunate if we would misappropriate the energy we have on the staff and the council and the community by overstating what will happen within the housing element. And in truth, I'm not saying this is the right analogy, but if we're dealing with a triage situation with the housing element, we've got to take care of something that's immediately required, while subsequently and concurrently with that, we're dealing with larger health of the whole patient, so to speak, that goes way beyond what to do in this moment. That's important for us to be recognizing. But I think the danger is that we could be unclear through the housing element process to the folks who are involved, and we would, again, I think, misappropriate our energy and resources to that. We ought to be straight up and define the narrow confines of it and let people know is that they're invited to crosswalk over to the larger conversation. And so I think it's a very good point.
And I have one other point that I need to make on this. So since half the units that we roughly need, and it's already zoned for because the Fry site is zoned RM30, and we don't have all of those on the housing inventory site, by putting those RM30 on the housing inventory site, that's where most of the units come from, half of them roughly. The question on the Fry site is we have to ask ourselves, do we need to quickly get on it as a community and have a community vision for what we want on that site? And for if it's going to be a mixed-use site, if we're going to protect retail and have housing above it, or is there going to be, what is that site going to look like? And I think we need to do a precise plan as a community, because otherwise what's going to happen is you're going to get 30 units per acre on the Fry site with no retail and no anything else, and suddenly people are going to say, this is not what we want there. This looks like Arbor Real, or it looks like, you know, something we're not happy as a community, and we will have missed the boat on that. And I mean, I see signs, frankly, that Fry's could turn in the near future, and that I think we need to get on that as a community and as a council and look at that and say, what do we want there?
Thank you for another good comment. The only thing I'll add is I want to compliment the staff and the Planning and Transportation Commission. They've done a lot of work on the Cal Ave concept area plan and got a lot of community input over the last few years on that. And it was really just in the last 60 days that they completed their work to the point where they have a document that they believe is ready for prime time and review by the council. Just as that was happening, we were coming up with this revised approach, so they didn't have the opportunity to share that with you. But it will be part of the, quote, project that we describe in this first phase and try and continue on with their good work and include it in the alternatives that we're analyzing in the first phase of this project.
Well, thank you.
All right, so we have the staff recommendation on the table, and I'm going to take the lights as they were in order before that was made. So going out to Councilmember Holman speaking to the motion.
Yes, and I also have some questions, as Councilmember Scharf had as well. First, just a couple of comments, some good and some not so good. So I'm very happy to have a plan in front of us. I'm happy to have a schedule in front of us, and happy with the various components. I have some suggestions, and I have first the frustrations. It's and I think it's just obvious, and I think it would be kind of silly not to mention them. I'm really happy to have the schedule and plan, but it's also very frustrating that we've been at this since 2006, and now we have this schedule and plan. So that's a frustration that we're just now regrouping. To follow on Councilmember Scharf's comments about California Avenue plan, concept plan, for 3 years I've been told that that was coming to the council, and it still isn't here. I absolutely want to encourage and support his concerns because, and I know several people on this dais, and Councilmember Burt probably especially, will recall that there was some very good work done on SOFA 1 and SOFA 2. SOFA 2 plan lagged, and so what happened was 800 High came forward as a notch out. And so now what happens that we have 800 High, which doesn't satisfy, it's a PC, it doesn't satisfy the SOFA 2 plan. Now that 800 High was used for the basis for approval for 801 Alma rather than the SOFA 1 plan. And so we have this, faulty system of going forward because we didn't have the plan in place. I agree that California Avenue, now it's great, and I'm somebody who really wants to think comprehensively. I mean, I argue for that all the time, but I also am very concerned about a plan coming forward for the Fry site that we have very little say over if we don't move swiftly about the California Avenue plan and not wait a year. That's been under the same ownership now, a housing developer for, 3 years already? And I know they've been working on plans, so I have grave concerns about what we might end up with there that either does or doesn't match what the concept plan currently envisions, and I don't know quite frankly what that is even. So that's that. Housing element, going forward, the housing element, of course, is a very integral and important part of the comprehensive plan. I don't have that much concern about the current housing element because, at least based on what was presented to us at the Housing Committee, and thank you for the good work there, at the Housing Committee this last week, we can accomplish that by just identifying some existing sites as housing sites without doing any rezoning. So I'm less concerned about the immediate impact or the impact of having the housing element, current housing element going forward in the 1-year cycle where this is taking a 2-year cycle. So, some specific comments that maybe require some clarification, and I'd spoken earlier about some of these with Director Gittleman, so these won't be surprises. From my perspective, we should be using the existing comp plan as the basis for community discussions. And that what seems to be proposed in the write-up in the staff report on page 7, packet page 1301, it says project description and notice of preparation of the NOP. Staff and consultants would use the PTC's recommendations as the basis for project description for dissemination with an NOP. So it seems to me that we're using those recommendations that have not even been vetted by the council, that have been created by staff primarily with PTC subcommittees, so they haven't been broadly disseminated. I'm concerned about using that as the basis for community discussions in the NOP. So it seems to me we should be using the existing comp plan. Our existing comp plan also, there's something in here, I'll find it in a second. Okay, packet page 1302 at the bottom. planning department sponsored meetings. It talks about some various elements which I think are appropriate, good, wonderful, demographic changes and trends, growth management strategies, and these are things that will be brought forward. But one of the items does trouble me. It says, our plan so far, what's worth preserving and where change will happen. For me, my approach to making changes for things is what are the changes we're being proposed and why are we recommending them? This seems to be a different approach, and maybe it's semantics, but I just want to make sure that we're on the same page. It seems to me it's like, what's not working? Like we're already taking a negative approach to the existing comp plan. So for me, it's like if there's a change recommended to existing comp plan, why? What are we trying to accomplish by that? And from that basis, make the recommendation to change any comp plan policies or programs. The leadership group, page 1301. As I read this, and I ask for staff to please clarify this for me if you would, please. The community leadership group, second bullet down, it sounds like that is a group that the staff will meet with to review the community engagement plan, receive regular reports regarding activities and outcomes, and recommend adjustments to promote greater participation. What I'm looking for are the kinds of processes, and again, several people up here remember this. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Niss mentioned it earlier. From my perspective, the comp plan process that went forward before, SOFA 1, SOFA 2, those were all sleeves rolled up groups that dug into the work and had an ongoing involvement. So they were familiar with, well, if we do this, then that's going to be an outcome. Well, if we tamper with this, then we need to also consider that. So there are people who got educated, informed, and invested in an outcome as opposed to what, and I don't mean this as a negative term, just for a better word coming to mind right now. This seems more scattershot in trying to get input from the community as opposed to a sleeves rolled up, invested group that's really working on the comp plan update. That would include, board and commission members. When, again, SOFA 1 and 2, which Councilmember Burton and I were on both of those, and I chaired the second SOFA 2 group. There were representatives from various perspectives and various interest groups appointed to that group. So it was truly representative of the community. They were all open, they were all noticed, and it was great work that was done. Was everybody 100% happy? No, but we came to a point where the group could recommend something, and it was passed unanimously by council, and it stands today as, if we follow it, I mentioned 801 Alma, if we follow it, it's a good plan. It's a good piece of work, both 1 and 2. One thing that I would recommend inserting somewhere along in this process, and staff hasn't responded to any of my comments or questions so far, so I'm looking forward to your input. EIR tutorials for boards, commissions, and council. This was done in, I'm guessing, and I just ran across it in some of my old packets, probably around 2007, something like that. There was a summary and tutorial, and it hasn't happened since. It certainly hasn't happened since I've been on council, and it's clear from, comments from commissioners and board members and such that they would really like this information. And, the more we have, the better we are going to be, especially going forward with the comp plan, but even as looking at individual projects. The DEIR schedule. The DEIR, I'm not quite sure why this is. December 2014 seems really early to me for that document to be out, since we're not anticipating the FEIR for another year after that. So if staff could help me understand that timing. So those are my comments and questions, and I look forward to staff responses on those. And sorry for the long-windedness, but this is some of the most important work we will ever do as a council.
Thank you, Councilmember Holman, I certainly agree with that last statement. Let me see if I can address the questions you've raised. First, in terms of the basis or the when we invite comments on the to start off this process and issue the notice of preparation, what are we asking for comments on? Our idea is to draft a project description that basically reflects where we are. We have this great comp plan. It was adopted a long time ago. It's been amended several times, but we all think it's terrific. And we've been working on an update, and the Planning and Transportation Commission has been doing good work, has gotten community input on a number of changes, and has made good progress. I think the best policy will be to just explain where we are and not try and say, well, we're starting from this plan or we're starting from this plan. So maybe we didn't make that clear in the staff report, but we're going to try and draft a project description that basically projects where we think we would be if we stayed on the course we're on right now. And then we'll have a discussion with the community about alternatives to that.
I'm still not clear on that. So will the current comp plan be stated as, here's where we are, here are recommendations by the Planning Commission, and what are your thoughts? Or I'm just not clear on that. I'm sorry. I'm not tracking.
We're going to develop, our idea is to develop a project description that describes the fundamental tenets of the comprehensive plan as it exists, which are not proposed to change, that describes the land use pattern we have in the city based on the land use map in the comprehensive plan, describes the development caps that have been in place in the comprehensive plan, describes some of the work that's been going on to begin to recommend revisions to the comprehensive plan. And all of that would be combined into a descriptive material that would allow and elicit, we hope, meaningful comments on that group of thoughts and ideas, but also what people might like to pursue as alternatives.
Okay, thank you. That's helpful.
Okay. In terms of the leadership group, I think our feeling is that in a schedule of 18 to 24 months, we can't get back to a 60-person committee. Our idea is to have 12 to 15 people as a leadership group. They would be people that we would seek out. We would ask for applications from people who are interested in being leaders, who have connections in this community, who have the ability to help us with the community engagement efforts that we think are so critical to the success of this endeavor. These people would be our partners. We do anticipate monthly meetings. We do anticipate these would be the people most informed and most involved in the hard work of getting this job done. But we're specifically looking for people with talent in community engagement and with networks in the community.
So this is not sounding like a sleeves rolled up group.
Oh, it's these.
I mean, in terms of like doing the work, in terms of making recommendations on the comp plan itself. It sounds like it's a group.
I think the group would inevitably make recommendations on the comp plan itself. But we've added to, if you'd like, we've added to their charge this aspect of community engagement and really helping us get out the word and bring back from their networks ideas and input that will help us all move forward with the comprehensive plan. So that's the concept.
And these interested persons, they would represent like broad, you're looking for broad interest groups to be represented?
That's right.
So environmental groups?
We have a slide that we can show you of the interest groups that we're thinking preliminarily, but this
I forgot about that.
It's in your handout that we, we're open to your suggestions on this. Our idea is that we would solicit applications from people in these various categories and evaluate those applications and hopefully impanel a group that would be at our side partners throughout this effort.
And those would be public meetings? And
all public meetings.
Okay, terrific. Thank you.
Your other two questions that I had jotted down, one was about EIR tutorials, and I just think that is something that is perhaps beyond the scope of this particular effort, but I'd be happy to talk to you about it at another time. It just seems like one more thing to pile on to what is already going to be a very difficult process to get done in the time frame we've set. Then the last point was about the schedule and the idea to have a draft EIR on the street by the end of the year. And if you looked at the schedule, the way we're setting it up, we're expecting a much longer review period for the draft EIR than is typical, because that's the period in which we would surface draft, red line versions of the elements that the PTC have been working on and ask for community input on policies and program language. So we would be really trying to do two things at the same time: soliciting comments on the draft EIR and soliciting input and changes, comments, ideas about the text of the policies and programs in the draft of the comprehensive plan at that point. So we think we need an extended period for that, and that's why you see a full year between the draft and the final, because we've extended that comment period to allow for that input and engagement effort.
Okay, thank you for all of that. And then the one last question was, again, akin to Councilmember Sharp's question about California Avenue Plan. How do we get on top of that so that we're not going to by default have it's a large piece of property, so it's a big concern.
Well, I'll say a couple things about that. First, the California Avenue Concept Area Plan that the Commission has completed their work on and is prepared to review to the Council is a public document. I believe it's on our website, a product of their work and community engagement. So, of course, you're happy to review that. I did promise the Regional Housing Mandate Committee that we would bring to them an analysis of how much housing could be incorporated under that proposal that's in that concept area plan. The other thing I'll say is that the site is zoned for multifamily housing. To rezone it is not something we could do quickly, and it is not something that I think we could do without preparing an environmental document of some complexity. So if you're asking, can we do something really fast before this is done, to reconsider the zoning of that site, unfortunately, I don't know that we can. But I invite you to look at the California Avenue Concept Plan that the Commission came up with, and of course, I'd be delighted to get your feedback on that.
We don't have it, right?
She said it's online.
Thank you. I appreciate your indulgence and your responses.
Councilmember Schmidt.
I will note up front that this is the first time in almost 4 years the council has had an open discussion on the comp plan. Now, one of the elements of the comp plan cited is retain city council authority over decision making in these processes. Let me step back for a minute and make the case that 2 tracks doesn't work. We are intimately engaged in decision making, either with the existing comp plan or with a new comp plan that might emerge. But in either case, my impression, just as a council member, is the comp plan is not working. Let me do some citations from what is available to council members on using the housing element as an example. And 2 aspects of the housing element: mixed use in our dense areas and building in other neighborhoods. So the first one, the existing comp plan clearly states that a goal is to have dense housing in mixed-use downtown areas. And let me go through some citations because this is what we have. I will note that we have voted and spent $1.1 million on consultants, and there is nothing in our package tonight that reflects that work. You're asking us in the motion to vote another $600,000 for something we haven't seen the work of this consultant. So let me go to the comp plan. Policy H3 states clearly, convert sites near transit and other major transportation facilities to higher density residential and mixed use to reinforce cities' policies to support transit use. Policy L9 says, in the past we have sought to separate different uses. Now we want to allow a more vital urban environment. Proximity to transit and services makes them excellent locations for both housing and commercial use. In the same policy, transit-oriented residential is defined, allows higher residential density in University Avenue downtown and Cal Ave centers within a walkable distance, 2,000 feet, of cities' 2 multimodal transit stations. Now, that's a clear message from our existing comp plan. There have been 2 updates in those meetings we had 4 years ago. On May 12, 2010, we stated clearly for the housing element then engaged, evaluate sites within a quarter mile of transit stations as a priority, as a first priority. January 22nd, 2013, we added to the comp plan T1 to create vibrant, attractive, transit-rich areas with mixed-use city and neighborhood centers, referring to the downtown and California Avenue. So it seems clear that our existing comp plan and the times that the council has acted on this 4 years ago, we said clearly, housing density near transit is a good objective. Now, the second aspect of it is dense housing in other neighborhoods. What has the comp plan said about that? The comp plan housing vision says our housing and neighborhood shall enhance the livable human environment for all residents, be accessible to civic and community services. We added 2 elements in that in 2010. May 12th, we stated among the primary criteria for housing sites should be access to services, accessibility to neighbors, compatibility close to jobs and schools, accessible to transit, and potential for mixed use. We added in June 23rd that any added dense housing in the South El Camino area should have a concept plan done first before any residential intensities is approved. At the same meeting, the council mandated use LEED ND principles in order to make dense housing projects compatible with the neighboring environment. Now, those seem to be pretty clear messages. One, our density should be built first around the transit areas that have lots of services available. Second message is, when you go out to the other neighborhoods, be careful and make sure they work and they're compatible. Now, our housing element for 2014 has 25% of the housing units in the dense areas, has 50% of them in the South El Camino corridor and extensions. You know, that doesn't seem, the ratio of 2 to 1 doesn't seem to meet the criteria established by the comp plan and reiterated by the council anytime they've had a chance to talk about it. Now, what are the things the staff said about the process is we want to listen to people. I guess that takes us back to our earlier discussion of the city survey, saying, gee, the people in South Palo Alto are upset. They're upset about traffic, they're upset about design, they're upset about parking. And yet, that's where 50% of our housing units are being placed. And under the new proposals, even more if you include San Antonio in that area. Now, it seems to me if we're going to listen to people, there's a message out there. People are upset about that. We promise things. The comp plan has promised things. The council in their action has promised things. And we're not doing them. We're saying, oh, let's put this on a fast track. Let's not consider those things. Let's have that on a 2-year plan while the other one's on a 1-year plan. I think the council, if you want to say retain council authority, the council needs to make a decision. Do we use the old comp plan guidelines? Or are they outdated? They're not working? Let's get some new ones. But what do we work with? Now, I would propose an amendment to the motion on the table. And it's simply following the council guidelines that they have given. That the first month of the consultant contract should be focused on looking at the relationship between the existing comp plan and housing element, and set an immediate priority for the use of LEED ND design guidelines in dense housing sites, and to bring forward guidelines for South El Camino concept plan before it is identified as the dense housing site.
No, I won't accept that.
Okay. Proposed amendment?
And I'm not putting this off. It's sounding like a pretty complicated motion in some ways, and I'm also just wondering whether or not, regardless of how it fares, if it's necessary really to be taken up as part of your action tonight. I understand the first month aspect of it, but putting that aside, seems that it could be an issue that.
Well, let's get the motion right, see if there's a second to it, and then you can address it after the, if we have a second to this motion. So let's see.
And what's going on right now?
He's getting the motion wording correct with the clerk. And then we'll see if he has a second to the motion. If there's no second to the motion, then we'll see if anything else is coming out of this. Okay, do we have the language right, Councilmember Schmidt?
Yes.
Okay, is there a second for the motion?
I have a question. What is meant by South El Camino area plan?
I am just reading from the council mandate, which was passed on June 23rd, 2010, saying that there would be a South El Camino area concept plan that restricts rezoning for residential intensification until the concept plan is approved. So, I mean, there's been 4 years to do that.
So the question is for staff is like, would this be in the implementation portion as opposed to the policy portion that you're looking at now?
Well, actually, right now, we don't have a second for this motion, so there's no conversation about it. And I understand that, but at this point, we need to, I'm actually unsure how to handle this if we're supposed to address this. I don't think we're allowed to address this unless we have a second. So if I get a second, then we can have staff to interpret this so that we can understand how this is intended to go forward.
Or we can just move on.
Right. So if there's a second, we can take this up. If there's not a second, then I will
I'll second it just to get a staff response to this for clarification.
All right, so Councilmember Schmid, we do have a motion on the floor. Would you like to speak to your motion?
The motion merely tries to integrate our discussion of the housing element with the existing comprehensive plan, with the amendments voted 4 years ago by the council, and asking the consultant to spend time up front making that connection and coming with his recommendation of what to do.
Councilmember Schmidt, Holman, would you like to speak to your second?
No, I'm just wanting the answer to the question from Director about if this is in the implementation stage as opposed to the comp plan stage.
Thank you for the opportunity to clarify. Just two things. One, the amendment is a little unclear to me because the comprehensive plan and the housing element are one and the same. The housing element is part of the comprehensive plan. So to suggest that there's an incompatibility or inconsistency between parts of the comprehensive plan, there can't be. And this council adopted the housing element and essentially affirmed that it was internally consistent. The second point with regard to the South El Camino area concept plan, Councilmember Schmidt has shared with me the motion from 2010 and the results of the council's deliberation on that at that time. At that time, the council did consider whether the comprehensive plan process that was underway should be amended to include this area plan, which was estimated to cost another $140,000. At that time, the council's decision was instead to put an action in the comprehensive plan that called for development of this as an implementation task after the comprehensive plan was completed. So it was recognized as a need, something that the council wanted to be done, but the council indicated that it would be done after the comprehensive plan was adopted.
So understanding that reference to this will be made in the comprehensive plan, it seems like that is the direction, then I'll remove my second. Understanding that that is correct,
Yes,
right?
absolutely.
Director? Okay.
So the second has been removed and there's no motion. Anything further? Okay, Councilmember Klein.
Well, I have 5 items, and before starting on them, I want to say that I really appreciate the comments of Councilmembers Scharf and Holman. I think they've illuminated for me some of the things that we need to do. Particularly, I think we need to move forward on the Fry's site. I think some of us had been hoping that Fry's would like to remain there as a commercial enterprise, but that I think is more and more clear that that's not going to happen, so we need to get out in front of that, and I think we need to find a way. I can't accept the answer from staff that our hands are tied. Well, I think we have to find a way to untie our hands and figure out what we're doing. To my points. First, a very minor one, I don't object to the 1998 party, so whatever you want to call it. But I think staff ought to know, and I wasn't on the council then, I was just, and so Vice Mayor Niss knows far better than I, but just as a citizen, I can tell you there were many other citizens who were not impressed by the process that got to the comprehensive plan. Maybe the end result's okay, but I think many people thought that was the Palo Alto process at its worst. And I think the fact that, as Vice Mayor Niss has stated, that that we used up all of the alternates tells you that people were voting but with their feet. We don't have that type of turnover in this town, that they were voting with their feet, that they didn't like the process. Just to be aware. Second, and this is just a point, Councilmember Scharf's discussion of the housing element and how we're constrained by our state law makes me urge the city manager to get a discussion going with our newly hired state lobbyist at the earliest possible time. We haven't had that yet. We need to have a state lobbying program, and my list at the top of it, or close to the top of it, would be to work on what I think is a deeply flawed program, the whole housing, the whole HISRAP process. And an easy one might be to get a one-year extension through the legislature without having to go through the whole thing of trying to undo some legislation, which I think makes no sense, and other states somehow manage to get by without it. And so I would hope that we'd have a report from the manager very shortly as to when we're going to get a legislative program now that we have the state lobbyist in hand. Third, and I think I will have a motion perhaps after this motion is disposed of. I'm concerned that the planners are great at planning, but they're not great at outreach. I like all the things you said about outreach, that they all sound good, but I think we really need some expertise on how to reach aspects of the community that aren't the usual subjects. And I see all the things that you've got there just reaching to the usual suspects. I have three areas, maybe other council members have other ones, three elements of our community that I don't think we're reaching, we've never reached, and they're hard to reach, and that is renters, the youth market. By youth I mean people under 40, and our Chinese American community, which now comprises, roughly speaking, 25% of our population. And I don't think that the things you suggested so far are going to get to those people. And I think we really need some people who really understand how to do that in a different way than we've gotten so far.
We understand, and that just so you know, I mean, that we're not, the whole burden of the outreach is not going to be shouldered by the planning department.
Well, who's going to do it then, Jim?
Right now, we don't have the in-house expertise on that.
Well, I can appreciate that, but but I think we got to weld that into the plan, because we're talking about a pretty short time frame. And how are we going to reach those people? And I don't have the easy answer, but we cannot say to ourselves that we've reached everybody when the three groups I've mentioned comprise close to half the community.
Councilmember Klein, I think it's a great point, and we have included a considerable amount of the resources in this contract towards outreach, and I think we can ask our consultants to shape the outreach program they're planning for us to address those the groups that you mentioned. I mean, they're going to develop online forums for us and public meetings, and there was a whole host of things that they were planning. I think we can challenge them to say, look, it's not enough to do it, you know, this old-fashioned way or this new-fashioned way, but we need to do more to reach the specific groups that you've indicated.
Well, with all due respect, I think what you said is not consistent with what the city manager said. He said we're going to be looking for different people, not the planning group.
We completely understand what you're saying now. I do think that there, unfortunately, even in a democracy, right, we always run this problem of we can do the best outreach, we can connect, and whether or not people want to engage or stay engaged is another matter, you know. And even somebody made a point about, actually, I think one of the speakers, can get an initial engagement, but keeping folks involved can be challenging. So I don't mean to be, I'm not being negative about this, but years ago doing a regional plan between a city and a county, I made the point that we have to provide unlimited, widespread opportunities for people to not participate. And I only mean the fact that we have to, our job is to effectively issue the invitation. Whether or not everybody will have maybe the staying power that might be required sometimes, that's the ultimate challenge. And I go back to your comment along a similar vein 6 or 8 weeks ago when we were talking about our Palo Alto, when you wished us luck in this. There is a little Star Trek in this, to boldly go where no government has gone before, and we recognize the hurdles. But obviously, to be effective, we have to have more people involved. And it's not, I think the basic design of this is also not to automatically default to a small group of experts who are willing to work hard on the task force and be the spokespersons. We clearly want to reach beyond that model.
No, I'm agreeing with you totally, Jim, that we may not succeed, but I think we got to do a lot of things differently than we've done before. And I don't think I don't know this group of people at all, though I do know Charlie Knox's father. He was well, I won't go into that. I think we need to look at things differently. And for example, it is not mentioned anywhere here in this report of outreach to church groups. A lot of the Chinese Americans have very vital church groups. And other people may have other suggestions. I claim no expertise in this at all, but there have to be people out there who do have a better handle on it. And how do we reach groups? And yes, they may not want to participate, but we're going to have to go to them. We're not going to just have to not be able to send an email to somebody to say, show up at City Hall or Mitchell Park Community Center. And I don't see that yet here. And I will follow up with a motion, and rather than amendments, I think it'd be cleaner that talks about how staff can come back with a more specific, wider-ranging outreach plan that may entail the use of other consultants as to how do we reach the people. Fourth, and this is sort of following up on some of the comments that Councilmember Holman elicited on the quote, so-called leadership committee, and I worry about the word leadership. So my first question is, are they leading, or are they just a sounding board? Whose recommendations are coming to the council? If on some particular issue staff thinks X and a majority of this committee thinks Y or Z, or both Y and Z, what's going forward to the public?
I think the way we envision this is, like many endeavors, this leadership group would be advisory to staff, but would ultimately make a recommendation to the Planning Commission and the council. So they could, at the end of the day, disagree with staff and put forward a recommendation of their own. But we really hope that this is a partnership, that we work collaboratively with this group, and they are basically advising staff, partners, as we develop the work product that moves forward.
Well, I think, again, this goes to something that Councilmember Holman was bringing up. What's ultimately going out to the public, as you have drafted this, is a staff recommendation. It hasn't been vetted by the City Council, correct? And I think that's a potential problem. I think it's a problem for the City Council, because the City Council is going to be held responsible for the city staff's recommendation, regardless of whether the council agrees with it or not. So how do we get around that?
Good point. The process that we've outlined envisions an extended, what we're calling a scoping effort at the beginning of the process here. So between now and August, We would have a series of public meetings. We would be engaged in scoping for the EIR. We would schedule in addition to public hearings and reaching out to the community, we would have a hearing with the Planning Commission and a hearing with the City Council. Our thought is that the City Council's hearing would be towards the end of this process, so you would have the benefit of the input we've been receiving from the community on alternatives and issues that they wish to be addressed in this plan and in the EIR, so that at that point the council could give its directions. This is immediately after your break, so it would be in August. The council would have the benefit of everything that had come before over the summer and would be able to give staff direction about what should be in the draft EIR as in terms of alternatives and any direction you wish to give us at that point about what should be in the draft plan. We would, after we've received council direction, proceed to prepare the draft EIR and make any adjustments we need to the suggested revisions that the Planning Commission has put together, and disseminate both of those documents again for public comment. Again, at the end of the public comment period, we would come back to the City Council for final direction on what a preferred alternative would be. We're proposing to do something different. I mean, we are definitely taking a turn in the road. And going back to Councilmember Schmidt's comment that we haven't seen any results from the consultants yet, we're asking you to make a choice here. We could continue the way we've been doing, in which case we would bring to you everything that the Planning Commission has recommended, probably one element at a time, and that process would stretch probably from now until August. And then at that point, we would have to begin this public dialogue on alternatives, begin the EIR process, and my fear is it would extend past the December 2015 deadline we've set in this approach. Our thought is to try and do some of these things concurrently and really seize the opportunity right now to have some community dialogue about growth management strategies, alternatives, the issues that Councilmember Schmidt and others have raised about, that are important to the community. Have that dialogue now and reflect it in the alternatives that make it into the EIR and the revisions that are reviewed by the council.
Okay, sort of. Would this be a Brown Act committee?
Well, technically not subject to the Brown Act. Our thought is that we would make these meetings public meetings, and we would essentially follow the rules of the Brown Act. Agendas in advance, no outside, quorum outside the meetings. We would follow all of those rules.
Okay. I heard a little inconsistency between, excuse me, between the list of people on the last page of the slides and I think you used the word applications. So which is it going to be? Are we going to ask each of these organizations to name somebody, or are we going to say that the manager is going to appoint people from whoever applies?
I think we would first solicit applications from people representing these interests to see who we would get, who would volunteer to participate. The exception would be, of course, the City Council member and the Planning and Transportation Commission member. Those would have to be appointed by the chair. But all of the other categories, I think we would solicit interest from people in these neighborhoods and representing these interest groups.
Well, let me add, or propose to you, or suggest to you, I should say, 3 more categories of people I think who ought to be on this committee. League of Women Voters, an environmental organization, and I would suggest Actera, and Stanford Research Park. And I think that you really need to think a little bit harder as to what mandate you're giving them and what the people can expect as to what happens to their recommendations. I still don't have a clear view as to whether they're just giving feedback or whether they're acting in the same way, say, as the Planning and Transportation Commission does. Thank you.
Councilmember Burt.
Well, I think my colleagues before me have really hit some important points. Let me try to go through a few of them. First, Councilmember Scharf was talking about, and Councilmember Schmidt, about this issue of how do we integrate the housing element that we're working on with this comp plan effort. And to me, I think it is actually moderately simple. The housing element that we're doing now is the update to our current comp plan. The housing component of the new comp plan is for that, the new comp plan to guide the subsequent two housing elements. So just keep it that clear. That's the foundation that we have right now, our current comp plan with the updates that we've done to it over the years, and that's what should be informing the current housing element. It sounds like it's not going to be a real difficult process, and this would also be the way to not have that committee feel that their work is not what they were intending it to be, but instead to perhaps have that process then fold forward into the housing element of the new comp plan. And those people or some iteration of that group could do that function. Second, let me touch briefly on this issue of this leadership group, because I think the explanations that we've received tonight point to that staff has done a lot of thought trying to struggle through how to deal with this, and it isn't well enough thought through to go forward. Because when I read what's on page 7 of the staff report, second bullet, it describes something that is specifically not a policy recommendation group. And Hillary, you've twice tonight deviated in a very significant way from what you gave to us in writing. And that's a really fundamental decision. Are these folks going to be for community engagement plan activities, reviewing the outcomes of that community engagement, and for promoting greater participation, which was a way for you to engage the community, versus a group that you subsequently described as doing policy recommendation? Second, you can't have this composition and not have it be a Brown Act. When you have a planning commissioner and a council member, that's a Brown Act. That's Sebastopol. I've gone through that ugly thing.
Yeah, we
yes,
do that.
Okay, so it would be necessarily a Brown Act committee formally. I agree with my colleagues that this list is not necessarily complete, nor the right list to even begin with as the foundation. And I want to see a couple things, and I think I'll make an amendment of what needs to come back to the council, rather than try to define them tonight. As Councilmember Klein and others have talked about, there are some things that aren't good to go yet. And so I'll also say that we have this first recommendation of the staff and the consultant to do this reunion. And I think it's great to acknowledge the work that was done and try to kind of have some reinvigoration or whatever was the intent there, but I don't think that's terribly purposeful. The value to this would be to deconstruct what happened last time. To know, first, staff needs to know what we've done in the past in similar planning processes, our comp plan, our SOFA plans, and we've had this discussion in recent months. I think we have a very capable and I think outstanding staff in these domains now, who also have very little context for Palo Alto specifically, and what has worked here, what hasn't, what's the foundation. So what I want to see is the outstanding professional expertise and capabilities of the staff recreating for themselves and for us a foundation, and that should be a deconstruction. There were good things and bad things out of what we did previously in both the comp plan and the SOFA plan, and let's take it, and that should be next step. And I've been advocating it for months and it's left off the drawing board. Try to figure out what we did well, what we did, what worked well, what didn't work well, and build going forward by being informed, not being bound by that, but being informed by it. And I'm not going to support anything that doesn't do that. So I also want to acknowledge or address the question that Councilmember Holman had struggled with of, as we move forward, are we moving forward with a review and a reference point of the existing comp plan, or the draft document out that the Planning and Transportation Commission? I think I come down slightly different from her. I think we have both. And if we did not have the excellent work that the Planning and Transportation Commission has done over the last couple of years on this, we wouldn't be looking at an end of 2015 goal, which may not be a reality. We'd be looking at something a lot further out. That's valuable work that they've done, but it hasn't been vetted by the council at any level. And this goes to what some of my colleagues have talked about. We as a council need to have some moderately deep dive in where we are right now as we're kicking this off. This can't go another 2 years before the council gets any meaningful opportunity to wade in to where we've been going the last couple of years. I think that's crazy what's happened, and a bunch of us have voiced this frustration that it hasn't come back to the council. But this is not, let's not kid ourselves, that's not a 2-hour meeting for the council. That is even, and I only said a moderately deep dive, and I see Stephen is, he understands how that, you know, a whole day retreat on it would be enough if we did our homework and spent a couple weeks studying it ourselves before that day, we could get pretty up to speed. So if as a council we intend to have any guidance that we will provide to the real direction of this before it goes down another year or two and an immense amount of money and community commitment, do we feel that we have the obligation to give some input and understand at least what's going on in a meaningful way? And I think we do. This thing's been going on for years, and the council has had virtually no engagement on it. It's just not right. And even if we wouldn't change a thing, we have an obligation to understand it, right? Where are we headed? And is this where we agree we should be going in principle on these things? And I'm not saying that the council should get in the business of rewriting the draft that's at the Planning and Transportation Commission. We have to discipline ourselves to function at a higher level of looking at the direction that it's going in each of those elements rather than the details. Let's see. So before I'm going to make a motion in a moment, but finally, I'll just agree that we need to figure out a way to have this fries issue, make sure that we don't adopt a specific plan after a proposal, project has been submitted, and we lose the opportunity to actually influence the outcome. And we've had this discussion, Hillary, for the last several years, saying we're worried this is going to happen. And to hear again that, oh no, that would take way too long. This is what we've heard now for year after year. And the answer has been, you're going to get it. The California Avenue specific plan is going to be with you in months. That was told to us in 2011, 2013, 2012, and 13. Each time it wasn't a year, it was months. And now to hear that we couldn't do it in months after it's supposedly complete, or we can't, we need to see that California Avenue specific plan. And whether this should be at a committee level on the council or in the whole council, I think this is something that as we get what loops back to us, and I'm out of this motion I'm going to make if it's supported, we need to figure out what our process would be. Are we going to do all of this as a whole? I don't know. I'm not one who's been enthusiastic about creating a bunch of ad hoc committees on the council. but it's something we do need to think about more. So my amendment would be that adopt what is before us, except that to direct staff to return to the council for additional consideration on the outreach program.
Why don't you break these up? Because you may accept some, may not accept all, but
Yeah.
I don't know. So
And by
if you want to
outreach,
say,
do you mean this one, Pat? Or do you mean
No.
the outreach?
No, outreach. So let me offer them all up. If they're not accepted as a group, I'll break them up. The outreach, which is, you can think of it as, well, it's the outreach process. Second, the so-called community leadership group, to return to the council on that. Third, to return to council on the timing of the Fry's site and the process for the council consideration of it. And finally, I think I can leave off this other part about deconstructing the prior processes. Well, I'll just add it, and to direct staff to review our prior comprehensive plan process and SOFA plan processes for lessons learned, and return to the council with a revised plan based upon the input tonight and the context from those prior processes. Sorry, that's a little wordy.
No. This is an amendment.
Yeah, this is an amendment. Oh, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Well, I guess actually
So I'm
you can.
good with it.
Yeah, you can. Yeah, this is an amendment.
Yeah, well, that's.
Well, why don't we see if you and...
So the maker and the seconder
Yeah.
would have to decide whether they want to accept it or not.
So I'm good with it.
I'm good with, except for one thing on this, Pat, and I wonder if you could
What
do
is
it slightly differently. So we're talking about come back to us on your outreach, which I would think of as a PR, marketing, whatever kind of process. That's usually the
No,
group.
it's community engagement.
Well, no matter how you say it, Pat, you got to have a formal group that goes out and looks, and usually it's a PR or marketing group. Those are the usual terminologies. Okay. Secondly, community leadership group, that's the one we're talking about here. Mm-hmm. And that's a good idea. I mean, come back and check it with us.
So what's your problem?
Hang on.
Okay.
I'll
don't
get
have to go through the whole thing.
I'll get to my problem.
Okay.
And then the last one is to deal with the lessons learned. Sounds a little like you're talking down to them, as though they wouldn't go back and look at them. I can't imagine you're going to go forth without the context of what happened before. But if you feel strongly, Pat, it needs to be spelled out. And tell me why. Because you don't think they'll do it otherwise?
Well, it hasn't been done. It's an important omission, and
well, I think it is, but I think Hillary,
well,
it still is now.
If we want people,
9
if we want
months?
staff
Are you
to do
9 months now?
Yeah. If we think it's an important element, we just give it as direction. I'm not talking down. It's saying what we think needs to be done.
I would simply give it as direction. I think it's, Pat, I actually think it's a good idea.
Okay,
but
I want to keep it in there.
I think that you'd rather than lessons learned for some background on would make me feel better.
I want to keep it the way it is. Okay. So, Mayor, if that's not accepted by the makers,
it has the...
Pat, I'll accept it. I mean, come on, you're going to keep us here all night.
No,
it's
no.
not going to happen. I'll go ahead and accept
Great.
it, but I do think you're speaking down to them. Yeah. And I'm saying it out loud so it's in print.
Can I go out to staff too and make sure that you understand clearly what this amendment is, and if you have questions at this point on it?
Thank you. I do have a couple questions. It sounds like the direction is to return with additional clarity on the outreach process, including the leadership group idea, right? And then separately to solve this issue of the the Cal Avenue concept area plan timing, and I do have a thought on that I'd like to share with Councilmember Byrd and the council. And then it's the last piece that I don't understand. So review the past history, I get it, and come back with a revised plan based on the input tonight and that prior process. Are you suggesting we jettison the 18 to 24 month process we've outlined in the 2015 deadline and we use a process similar to these?
No, let me just say what I'm suggesting that that you would use what you learned from looking at deconstructing the past processes to inform what we're doing here. So you would have, as you have an outline here, but it would be modified. For instance, I would say that early on in this process, we should have perhaps consider anyway community charrettes with prominent visionary keynote speakers, and then have a community charrette, and that's what will begin the education process of the community and begin to pull in that community buy-in and participation. And it worked really effectively previously. We had Andres Dewani and we had Peter Calthorpe, and it was an educational process for the whole community. And it not only educated us, it sucked a whole bunch of people into being engaged in the process, and they were informed citizenry. So that's an example of what we would learn from the prior process.
And that is a fantastic idea, but I think it would mean really altering the process we've set forth and the deadline that we're suggesting. I think what you're outlining is a great exercise. We could definitely go in that direction, but it would not be
Pat,
this 18, 24-month plan.
If I could interrupt a minute, Pat, I could accept this right through, even the process for lessons learned, but right then, return to council where the revised plan based on input tonight and a context and going into charrettes and into, I was there for Peter Calthorpe. I was there for all of them, for Dewani, the whole thing. They're terrific. But that's a completely different process than what we're discussing tonight. Totally. It means going back and beginning it again, and it would be, I think you're adding at least a year to it at that point. It's considerably longer. It's my considered opinion, Councilmember Burt, that is the case. Okay. So I can take it through lessons learned, if you can accept that, and then do a separate amendment on returning. And I think that would be the fair way to do it, considering how much time we spent.
So I will break out the final portion of this for a separate amendment, so we can discuss it separately.
Because I can accept right up to lessons learned. The seconder, are you okay with that?
Oh, yeah. Absolutely.
Okay.
Can you get the wording right for your amendment then, please, Councilmember Burt?
Point of order, Madam Mayor. I think the language is not clear.
Yes, he's taking a look at it right now.
Well, if I may suggest that since this is an amendment, that it's really a provided further, and I would suggest to the maker and seconder and all that we don't need the language about the direct staff to return to the council to adopt, but just to say return to council with additional consideration of the research, the outreach process and the composition and procedures for the community leadership group.
Sounds good.
And then the other language, and the timing of the Fry's site, and council consideration of it, and review our prior constant, the rest as written.
Is that okay with the maker of the motion?
That's fine, but that's not what we're discussing. I thought we were going to the revised plan.
No,
we're just getting the first motion correct for the amendment. Is that okay with this?
We should all add something to it, shouldn't we?
Is the seconder okay with the revised wording from Councilmember Klein? Councilmember Scharf?
I just read it through it. With additional considers the outreach
I don't think it changes the intent.
It's just clear. It's better.
No, I think that's fine. Does staff have any concerns? Now it's a good time to. We don't
We need to
expect the timing
turn
to
some
change
mics off
of what we're
here.
currently doing.
We need to turn mics off up here, Vice Mayor. Councilmember McLean.
I would like to make one suggestion or comment on the idea of the Fry's site. I mean, the Planning Commission has now completed its review and recommendation on the California Avenue concept area plan. And
that's the correct term for that area, is that right?
Yeah, and perhaps, I don't know whether that's what is meant by the Fry's site, but that is something that we could bring to council.
Okay, if the maker and the seconder are fine, I would revise that to the timing of the California area concept plan.
So does the California area concept plan have a precise plan for the Fry site?
Well,
it has a land use plan of the Fry site and its surroundings.
So does it just say RM30 on it, or does it actually say we want a mixed use project?
Mixed use. It calls for mixed use on the site.
So just real quickly, I mean, if I might, how soon before we could bring this to the council? I mean, a month from now, 6 weeks from now?
Soon.
Okay. So I would suggest, I don't think our schedule is going to be thrown off by the time you're able to get this in your packet and you can see it. You're able to decide whether or not you need to reassess or redirect, or you can say, okay, it looks like it's this intended piece of the motion is accommodated within the plan that you'll have, and you can consider separately, which is what you want to do anyway before we get all tied up in the comp plan itself.
Okay, Councilmember Byrd, are you still looking at making an additional amendment here? Okay, so we're finished.
Did the other thing get deleted?
No, it's down there.
That is potentially an additional amendment, but we're not. That's not before us now.
I'm sorry, what are you taking a look at now?
Well, first this has been, okay, you're right, I get it.
They've accepted the amendment, and now we're down to your portion that did not get accepted.
Gotcha. Okay. So I guess let me ask the staff then, if you're not thinking that what's been incorporated in the motion would change this proposal significantly, what would it do?
I think you're asking us to come back to you with something that we have to prepare anyway on the outreach plan. So we're planning to do that, but you're just asking us to schedule it for a discussion at the council meeting. We're happy to do that. I don't believe that changes the process that we've outlined. Regarding the California Avenue concept plan, again, that the proposal has been reviewed by the Planning Commission. They've made a recommendation, and I think we can bring that to you as we proceed with the other activities we laid out in our process. And I don't think that should affect the process unless the council were to, in its review, ask for comments and it got into a lot of iteration back and forth, then it would start to affect our work plan.
The last clause of the amendment that was seconded, it says, in review the prior comprehensive plan process and SOFA plan process for lessons learned. What I'm getting at is, okay, if you review them, you see that there are things that are informative that would cause you to rethink of how you're proposing right now that you would go about this. How would you incorporate those? I mean, if this is locked in and you're saying, you know, gee, if you alter this proposal, it's going to set us back significantly. So how would you fulfill that last portion of the amendment? How are you envisioning you would fulfill it?
I think the way the motion is drafted without that last piece, we would review the past processes and see if there's any lessons that we could apply to the schedule and process that we're asking the council to support this evening. I mean, if you don't support it this evening and want us to rethink it after we review the lessons learned, we can do that too. But our hope was that the council would support this going forward. We could come back with a further clarity on the outreach plan, and we could come back with the California Avenue concept plan. I should clarify on the concept plan, we would be bringing you the Planning Commission's recommendation, similar to the East Meadow Circle plan that you reviewed. The council could offer their comments, even possibly an endorsement of the direction it's going. You couldn't take a final adoption or action on it because we haven't completed the CEQA review, which would be done as part of this EIR process.
My concern is that if you review our prior comp plan process and SOFA plan processes, and you see that there are things in there that would cause you, if you had started fresh with that understanding, you would have gone about the plan somewhat differently. Are you going to say, sorry, we adopted the plan, we can't modify it? And that's what I think I'm hearing. So other than influencing the outreach, I'm not hearing how you would incorporate, if there were lessons learned, how you would incorporate them.
Well, perhaps I should clarify that we wouldn't be proposing this 2-year process we're outlining here if we hadn't spent the last 6 years doing what Stephen described. I mean, we were not at the beginning of a process here. We're way down the road in a process that your staff and consultants are trying to design the end of the process to get to a solution. So, I hear what you're saying. I understand what your concern is. We're happy to learn what we can from these past processes, but we're hoping that you as a group will support the idea that this is an opportunity we have to do some intensive and community engagement work and bring a long process that's been going on for a long time.
I think we're all supportive of that.
Solution.
I think what I am concerned with, and maybe some of my colleagues, is it's 3/4 baked, and I'm worried about locking it in at that level if we really should have reflected better. So I'm going to go ahead and withdraw this additional amendment. Well, it was a placeholder because it just got moved out, so I'm withdrawing that. Yes, and simply state that that I'm going to expect that after you've committed that you're going to review the prior processes, and I'm going to assume that that's not a hollow review. If you see things that would change your thinking about how we should go about this, you're going to come back to us and be open-minded about it. That's my personal expectation. If colleagues want to chime in, that's fine too.
Okay, Councilmember Berman.
So I'm looking forward to seeing the Cal Ave area concept plan. I got a Facebook message from an old friend who I grew up with in Palo Alto out of nowhere a couple of days ago. And he said that he was geeking out on the Cal Ave area concept plan, and he thought it is fantastic! Exclamation point. So it's clearly out there, and somebody's looking at it, and I'm looking forward to seeing it. And thanks to the PTC and staff for the work that they've put on that. Along those lines, I want to go back to something that Councilmember Burt brought up, which is this idea, and other colleagues have brought up, the idea of the 98 comp plan versus the revised version that the Planning and Transportation Commission has spent, I think, 4 years working on, or 2 years working on, or a long time working on, and I want to make sure that we don't discard those efforts, and that they are taken into account, in the work that we do moving forward. And so Councilmember Burt mentioned this idea of having a pretty intense all-day study session on it, so that, because the flip side is the council hasn't had a chance to weigh in yet, and I understand and agree with my colleagues' concerns about that. I'd rather have us put in some time early on and weigh in on it than go back to the original comp plan and pretend like the revised version doesn't exist. So we haven't come to a resolution on that yet. I don't know that we need to, or maybe we just need to suggest to staff, what we want to see. I also don't know if there's agreement on the council of what we want to see, but I guess I'm just throwing out there that my preference, strong preference, is to use the work that's already been done, and if we need to weigh in on it a little bit, then that's what we do, versus completely discarding it. I'm glad that we've had a longer talk about the community leadership group makeup, because I had a lot of significant concerns about that also, much to what Councilmember Klein was talking about. I first looked at this, and I'm very selfish, but my initial immediate reaction was I could easily see nobody on this group in the 20 to 44 age range, which makes up 30+% of the community, according to the report that we got earlier. And so I think they're talking about a little, I know you still consider me youth, and I do sometimes also, but I don't know if I'd qualify for that group. I mean, renters, to Councilmember Klein's point, is another one, as well as members from the Asian community. And so one thought that I had that you guys might want to consider when you come back to us is having some at-large spots that you know which demographics you want to hit. Once you've gone out to these groups, if you haven't hit some of those, or even if you have, soliciting some applications. I mean, I know people who I've disseminated this plan to, and they came back to me and said, hey, I'd be interested in serving on that leadership group, and they're not involved in any of these organizations. And so, keep some flexibility so that we can get some folks from outside the mainstream who want to get involved. We plan on, this new comp plan being in use up to 2030 as the year, which if we go by, what was this one, 2010, and we're not going to revise it by 2016, we could really maybe assume that this one won't get revised until 2036. I worry that that's a very far off date. 2030, I mean, if we implement this one by 2016, which is 6 years after the last one sunsetted in 2010, we're talking about this until 2036. And so either we need to put a little capsule together for the council 15 years from now, hey, get started 5 years, get started in 2025, or maybe we should consider moving that date up a couple of years. I could go either way, to 2028 or something like that instead of 2030. But given Palo Alto's proclivity to have a very thorough process that doesn't necessarily finish by the date intended, we should keep that in mind in terms of how long this comp plan revision might be in place. Staff mentioned which I think is really important, getting a good set of baseline data early on in this process to be used moving forward. Vet that data till you're blue in the face. Put on your most skeptical resident hat and look at it from all different sides and make sure that that data and the way that we collect it and the methods we use are beyond reproach. Because the last thing we want to do is spend a bunch of time collecting that data and then have the community not believe it and they might not anyhow, but we need to be as skeptical as possible when we're looking at how to collect that. And I'm looking forward to the revised engagement plan, and I won't say anything else. Thanks.
Okay, so that leaves me. And to finish up the round, and I do see lights on, but I'm not planning on going out for a second round. And so
additional amendments.
At this point, I'm going to put my words in place here. And let me just get this a little organized. You're saying that you want to do another amendment on all of this. I guess I do need to understand the structure of how people want to go out at some point for multiple rounds, because once we go out for more rounds, then we have to go all the way through the process again. So I'm going to go ahead and make my comments. And then I'd like to go ahead and see if we can't execute the motion that we have right now. If there's, pardon?
Go ahead and make your comments, but you can't deny an amendment.
Well, I'm going to be running this meeting, so I'm trying to figure out how we can get this meeting to come to a conclusion on this item.
Madam Mayor?
Yes.
I think Councilmember Holman is right. Though I would ask the city attorney to weigh in whether or not the mayor could exercise discipline on the amount of commentary that accompanies amendments, because you're still allowed to make the legislative, moves to try to get to a decision, but I think you could limit the amount of explanation and discussion that goes with it.
So are you saying...
like crisp get the
That
motion amendment
that
out.
I'm not allowed to deny a motion, is that what you're saying, or an amendment to a motion?
Yes, Madam Mayor, you should allow the making of a motion, but can limit the discussion of the motion and subsequent comments by council members to the narrow proposed amendment that has been seconded.
Okay, then I will make my comments, and then I will go out to you, and please keep your comments narrow at that time. Thank you for helping me with that. Okay, first off, I think that this amendment here is a good one. I do believe that the community leadership group, when I look at how you have this structured, I really don't have an interest in having a city council member on that leadership group, especially how you have it laid out here, where it's supposed to be, we're supposed to be going out and recruiting as much as possible and getting the message out. I think that we have our lists, but we also are responsive to the community and the community's interests. And so working through other groups that actually have stronger lists going out into the community would be much more effective. And I think that also a city council member would then have a tendency to have an influence on the report instead of all of us having an influence, all 9 of us at the same time. And I think you guys have had that conversation offline. Is that?
So I think this was just some initial ideas by the staff, and really was just put together as a slide and an illustration. I think we'll be working with the staff, and it's likely that the various board members that are listed there, in fact, will not likely end up being a part of this, that it will focus on those.
Good, thank you for clarifying that, because I think that we do have the type of input that you're going to expect to have in this process. And I think that the additions here are good. I think it would be wise to get somebody from, the Safe Routes to School, or somebody that is invested, and because they do have broad ability to get out. I don't know if there's a way to get to PTA that would have they have a broad audience as well, which gets to my final comments here on the outreach process. I was struck, and I hear this repeatedly. One woman from the Newell Street Bridge says, gosh, I'm really busy. I have kids, I'm raising kids, I'm working full time, but I'm going to stop and I'm going to write to you guys about the addition to the super bridge, that's going to go into the AI process. I get it. We've got a lot of people that are working really hard. I hear this fatigue coming from the neighborhood associations as well, that nobody wants to pick it up and take the leadership in the neighborhoods, because it's just a lot of communication, which is really important. But on the other hand, people are busy with dual incomes, hectic lives with families. So reaching that demographic of the actual family to give them the type of attention that we would like them to have in order to give that type of representation that we're looking for is going to be tough. And the way I see getting to that would be to possibly get out what the changes are so that we can have people respond to that in a way that doesn't necessarily fatigue them through a whole process. And I honestly just don't see how, I think it's great to go back and continue to pedal through this. I've done an awful lot of civic engagement myself. It's hard to get past those first cut of people that are like me, that even when I'm in Hawaii, I will watch a city council meeting just to see what it's like. And they look like they're having a lot of fun in their Hawaiian shirts.
Not really.
No, really. It's aloha this and aloha that, and it's quite fun to watch. And because it's just different culturally, and I'm fascinated by that. And I've watched the Los Angeles Unified School District talk about how to parcel out things equally around 360 schools. So it's fascinating for me to see that, but at the same time, remembering that we do have a very well-run community, a community that's sought after to be in. I want to not take anything off the table for community engagement, but also make it palatable so that we do get response and reflection and reaction. So that leads me to my final comments on this particular item, which is the website development that you have as one of the bullets. I have to say I agree with one of the speakers who talks about if you're going to do website, make sure it works. Now, I've been using the Buena Vista website lately in order to respond to people that want us to do a reaction to, the closing of Buena Vista. The city attorney has put together just a really eloquent piece of all of the different elements that have gone into where we are right now in Buena Vista. And it's easy to just toggle the entire, copy the entire, www.cityofpaloalto link and patch it in and say, please look at this, see where you can contribute. And so if there's a way to keep that contemporary and that it actually is accessible and topical and current, so that we can all be brought up to speed together. So learning that the California Avenue plan is already out there on the website is new information to me. And I'm glad that it's ready to come forward to council, because I think that that is something that we do have a challenge on, and something that has been asked for repeatedly by colleagues, in addition to the fact that that's one of the areas where we had a very large application come forward to address, and we don't even have a focus plan yet. And so that puts me in a position of feeling like we haven't taken care of the parts of Palo Alto that really do need to have planning, so that we are not just responding to applicants as they come forward. So with that, I'm going to be supporting the motion as it is now, and we have Councilmember Holman, you would like to make an amendment to this motion? Can you please state your amendment?
Yes, and before we vote too, I'd like to see the original motion, because Councilmember Klein made a substitute motion, so I'd like to see that. It wasn't, you restated the motion?
No.
See,
No.
I haven't seen it for a long time, so I'm not even clear.
No, he corrected the amendment. Okay. So he reworded the amendment. So the original motion is up and off the screen, and then they've gotten them both together. So the amendment is there. So it's.
Can you bring the amendment that passed?
It's right there. We haven't passed. Oh, I'm sorry. Right. So this is the motion that they're showing right now that's going away is the boilerplate one that we have from the recommendation.
That's good. I had misunderstood. I thought Councilmember Klein was going to restate it.
Councilmember Klein went into this one, the amendment.
Okay. So that's taken care of. That's done. That's easy. Then Councilmember Burt and Councilmember Berman both referred to something that I had brought up earlier, but it wasn't added to Councilmember Burt's amendment. I want to ask for an amendment to for staff to bring the Planning and Transportation Commission recommendations to council for information and comment, such as, one meeting or a study session, whichever. And to be clear, I was not suggesting previously that Planning Commission work be discarded. I was just saying that the current comp plan should be the basis.
Point of order, can we please have the amendment, and then no discussion until you get a second.
Okay.
I'm not following this.
So staff to bring the Planning and Transportation Commission comp plan recommendations to council for information and comments and recommendations.
Okay, the motion's been made by Councilmember Holman, seconded by Councilmember Burt. Would you like to speak to your motion?
First of all, the maker.
We can accept it if we wish.
Okay.
You want to have the Transportation Commission comp plan recommendations to the council for. Is this something that wouldn't happen normally?
Well, right now, the way it's scheduled, it won't happen for several months, and I think the council should be informed of what's going out to the public.
Hillary? Yeah, so I think in the process, would you go ahead, Alto?
I was just going to say, I'm inclined to accept it unless staff has a reason not to accept it.
Just a couple comments. I mean, first of all, this is quite a body of work. The CalF concept plan is really the new element, but the Planning Commission has done yeoman's work editing and revising the other elements and suggesting revisions. So we're talking about 6 additional chapters of the comprehensive plan. And my fear is that that is an exhaustive exercise, having seen wordsmithing that goes on for a paragraph, that you may be talking not just a day-long retreat, you may be talking months' worth of work that might impede our process moving forward. We had, I mean, we can certainly do this. My concern is the risk to the schedule we've identified, and again, it's your choice. If you think this is critical before going further, we can certainly accommodate this request. The other thing that I'd raise is we really we envision this kind of close reading and evaluation of edits and changes to the policies and programs happening concurrent with the draft EIR a little later in the process. And my fear is it'll be a little confusing to be having a community engagement effort where we say all ideas are good ideas, we want to talk about alternatives, at the same time that the council is reviewing specific language.
So my concern is, if I can speak to the amendment, so my concern is we don't know, because we have seen this work once presented to us at places without annotation even. So my concern is that this is going to go out to the public. We're not going to know what's going on, and we don't know at this point in time if we're going to be able to, say this is good, go ahead and present to the public, or if it would require a lot of work on our parts.
Okay, can we? No editing. Okay, so are you accepting it in the motion?
So I could accept it.
Vice Mayor Liz is this.
I could accept it if it was a study session only, it was high level, and there's no editing, we just sort of have that understanding. It's a study session, and people should have high level comments, and if you want to waste your time talking about one particular item, you can.
It's one study session.
And it's
long study session.
What is a long study session?
It's a weekend at the Hotel California.
Yeah, I actually agree with Councilmember. I think it's 3 to 4 hours. It's a council meeting devoted to this.
It's a retreat type
Well, it's a council meeting devoted to this. I'd prefer not to do it on a weekend, frankly. I'd just rather we just have a council meeting where we do this for 3 to 4 hours. And it's a study session only.
Well, I guess I don't know what the purpose is if there's no editing.
Hang on just a second. Vice Mayor Niss, are you going to accept this into the motion?
Let's talk about this for a minute, because this one's much more complicated. And I know that Karen and Pat really want to get into this and spend some time on it. And which is not to say the rest of us ought not to spend time on it. But a study session that is going to go for 4 hours, which then is probably 6 hours, I'm guessing, is a long one. And I want
2 hours.
Yeah, 2 hours.
Yeah.
It's 2 hours now.
Yeah, because if not, we're going to, I think the real question is, are you thinking of meddling with what they've done?
It's a study session.
You can't meddle.
High level. We all said it's a study session at high level.
It's an update, basically, right?
All right, if you'll hold it to that.
If this is an update.
And if not, I'll be reminding you during the study session.
Can you take a look at the language and make sure that this language works for the two of you if you're going to accept it into the motion?
Well, first of all, there's no.
I'm reading what it says. It says during a 3 to 4 hour study session, Pat just agreed to 2 hours. I just heard him say that, with high-level
he's not the maker of the
and
amendment.
not to be held on a weekend. Am I correct? He's nodded his head.
I'm fine with it.
Okay.
Well, it's my amendment, not
It's Karen's amendment. So let Karen.
Well, get this straight.
Let's make sure that the maker of the motion.
He seconded it, and you can't.
No,
You accepted
he's not
it.
seconded. If you accept it, it's you
But
and
otherwise, you would have to
So there's no
second
second to it because it's accepted if we
it. It's
accept it.
accepted
if you get.
if you will
Let's
put
look at this language and make sure
2
that this
hours,
is what you're
guys.
accepting.
2 hours. That's my negotiation.
Well, it might take 2 hours, but I think what it would leave it 2 to 4 hours, because, I mean, it might take 2. We shouldn't predict that it's going to take 4, but we shouldn't limit it to 2 in case it takes longer.
So write 2 to 4.
Yeah, right, 2 to 4. And I get to go after 2 hours.
Speak first, speak early.
Okay.
If what we're discussing is studying and looking at something, because the question then is, are you going to meddle with it? And if we're going to meddle with it, that's a whole different story. And
Okay, hang on just a second. Vice Mayor. Yeah, Vice Mayor Niss, this is a study session, so there is no action.
It's a concession, Bert. I just want you to hear that.
And I see that the city manager has his light on, so he'd like to speak to it.
All right.
So if I just might make a comment, I think this is an important motion in this regard. It really is impossible for the council to endorse and launch a public process without you having done your representative role in looking at the basic things that you're going to be giving to the public. You just can't do that. So you need to do it. Of course, most of the work is, we'll give it to you and you have to read it on your own time. Read all of it.
Friday beforehand?
Whatever. No, actually, I'll tell you what, I make a motion, we're going to give you the 1,000 pages and you need to read it within a week. So just as a, but seriously, I mean, that's more to satisfy that you have looked at this. The basic premise of the approach that that is being presented to you, and Hillary's been very clear about this, is we're not starting a 6-year process from scratch. We're building on what is a good existing comp plan that everybody who's been involved has stated, not only has the Planning Commission put a lot of effort into it, but they've added value to it. You have a responsibility to look at that and say, yeah, we agree with that. This is ready to be, we give it our blessing to go out in the public. It will get changed in that process. You do not have, if you want to change it and edit it and everything now, then you're really saying, we're really, for the most part, probably not into this approach that we're talking about, and we're in the process of starting to unravel all of it. And you'll also get that opportunity when we come back with the other directives in the main First Amendment about the composition of the leadership group and the outreach. And hopefully by then, when we look at all of that, you will have nailed down and said, we're committed, we're ready to go with this kind of timeline process that we're looking at about trying to finish the comp plan that has sort of been in process. Granted, it hasn't been with the council, but we're presuming that most of the time and energy that's spent has been, while been out of sight, is worth keeping. And you just need to build on that. And hopefully, I don't know how soon we can come back, but let's just say it's 6 weeks from now or whatever, and within that time frame, we have a good sense, are you really committed to the path that we're advancing here on this comp plan?
My comment back to you, Jim, is that it's going to, and for all of us, it's going to take some discipline.
Absolutely.
It is not easy to go forward with this. And it was very easy because I was involved with the last group that went on for 6 years, multiple meetings, and I did like meeting the guys. I liked meeting Duane. I liked meeting Calthorpe. We went over to Berkeley. We went to Florida. But at some point, you have to say, this is the path we're taking, and we can't continuously put extra pieces into this because it is a huge, it's an enormous amount of time for all of you, but it's a lot of time for us.
And if I just might respond to the Vice Mayor's, I think that's exactly right. And I think that as we understand the motion you have right now, you're saying you've identified 3 or 4 things that you want us to come back to you on with some more, details to it. And you endorse that, and then we're on our way. If you then somehow decide it just isn't going to work, I guess we're going to Florida. It's the deal. Thanks.
Can we vote?
Vice Mayor, Councilmember Schmidt, you have your light on. Did you want to make an amendment?
I wanted just a clarification.
Okay.
The second incorporation into the motion, the second to last line says, review the prior comprehensive plan process. And I want to ask the maker whether that means the process, the 1998 process, or does it include subsequent council amendments?
It's the 1998 process.
That's it.
And SOFA plan process.
Okay.
Okay, are we ready to vote? Okay, let's vote on the board.
Well, part of that you wanted.
Okay. No, we're voting. Okay, let me before you. Okay. We've just voted on the staff recommendation with the 2 amendments. Are we clear, Vice Mayor, that we are doing the 2 amendments that are listed up here on the television, And that motion carries with Councilmember Schmid voting no and Councilmember Price absent. Okay.
Excuse me, that vote should be recorded as 7-1, not 7-0.
That's what I announced. It carries with those. Oh, I wasn't watching. Thank you. Okay, Councilmember Klein, you said, are you finished with this item? Okay. So we're going to move on to item number 16, which is the agreement that the
only an hour and 10 minutes later than no.
city manager has made with the SEIU labor union. And do you have any staff report on this, Jim?
Are you guys, anybody joining me up here? I think I will ask Kathy Shen, our Chief People Officer, and Melissa Trunquet, Labor Relations Director, whatever, to, it's 5 of 11. Nice to see you. Go ahead.
Good evening, Council. Kathy Shen, Chief People Officer. Just a few remarks on the SEIU contract. It provides a very reasonable economic increase, the first since 2008 for the SEIU employees. Provides structural change for the city in its health benefits. The contract should be thought of in the context of ongoing structural changes where the employees now pay their full pension cost and they pay a 10% of their health care premiums. The contract is for 2 years, December 2013 to December 2015. This contract contains 2 general salary increases of 2% and 2.5% over 2 years, and market adjustments to the salaries based on a survey of total compensation costs. The contract includes an important structural change to medical benefit costs by implementing a fixed city contribution toward medical premiums. And I'll be happy to take questions about the SEIU contract.
Okay, Councilmember Schmidt, do you have a question?
Just a comment. In a lot of the public comment around this, there were 3 items that came out with a mixed message. One, that this was a 2-year agreement, not for this year. And many of the newspapers and the letters we got said, 4.5% increase in this year's budget. So make sure that the message when it goes out is what we voted on.
This is a 2-year agreement, yes.
Yes. Right. And number 2, the mention in the staff report of the COLA, that is not mentioned in the agreement, and I think it's a misleading term. It gives an indication that there is some relationship between the agreement and a government statistical series, and there is not. And I think the COLA, as has been mentioned several times, is a misleading use. So I guess those are the 2 comments I'd like to put.
Okay, since I haven't called for a motion, we do have one speaker on this, and that is Stephanie Munoz, and you will have 3 minutes.
Council, let me respectfully urge you, cut or raise the salaries of the lower echelon employees as you will. You know more about it than I do, but do not cut them in the form of a cut in health benefits. The health benefits are the type of wages that recognizes that every single employee is a human being with human needs. And as we see the compensation for the public relations officer and the sustainability officer all going sky high, while the persons that carry the bedpans in the hospital are low, and they can't even get housing, the health benefits are the one thing that is equal for everybody. Nobody gets any richer from having 100% health benefits. They just don't die from lack of health care. I've been looking at the health situation now for over 50 years, when the U.S. government decided that government employees should contribute to the capital formation by having their benefits go through an insurance company. And it has not been pleasant. I did not enjoy receiving, after thousands and thousands of dollars we put in, and thousands of dollars that the government put in, that I still had to pay El Camino Hospital $1,250 at my husband's last illness, so that the insurance company could get a better discount. You have got to protect these workers. They cannot protect themselves. They have nothing to say about it. It's all collective bargaining, and they're simply pawns. You've got to not reduce the health benefits. Reduce the wages in some other way, if you will. But do not pretend that raising their share of the health benefits is a reduction in wages, which it is, but it isn't a reduction in health benefits by some odd permutation of human reasoning. Please, not the health benefits, okay? Please. Thank you.
Okay, I'm looking for a motion, and then we can take up questions and comments. Councilmember, Vice Mayor Niss moves the staff recommendation. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, Councilmember Klein seconded it. Liz, Vice Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you for the offer. No, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Klein, would you like to speak to your motion?
My second.
Your second.
I want to agree with what Councilmember Schmidt had to say. I think we use some unfortunate language here. This is not a cost of living increase. This is a salary increase. Cost of living increases are sort of an automatic formula that used to be built into lots of agreements, and I think we should stop using that language. And it is in the staff report, unfortunately. I want to make clear also to the public, whoever may still be listening to us, this is a 2-year contract. When we say that it's a 6.3% of the budget, et cetera, again, that's over a 2-year period. So divide it in half. And I think that it's a very good settlement for the city and for our workers. And we do have to keep in mind that our workers are essential to the services that we like. And it's, I must say, unfortunate in the extreme when we see comments from time to time of, well, let them leave if we're not paying them enough. There's a significant cost, both in financial terms and human terms. These are people who work hard for the city and deserve to be paid appropriately. I want to close by saying that I appreciate the op-ed column that Council members Burt and Berman have in today's Post. I think they did an excellent job in refuting some of the misconceptions that appeared in the editorials and newspaper columns of the Post. And thank you guys for doing that.
I see no more lights, and I too would like to do a shout out to Berman and Burt for that article. I thought that was excellent. They went into some of the tenseness that we all feel when we have to give direction to staff and hope that our workers will go ahead and support, the efforts that we're trying to get out there for them. So with that said, let's go ahead and vote on the board. Okay, and that motion carries with Councilmember Price absent. We will now be closing this meeting and retiring to closed session to take up the post office. I did not do a 10 o'clock check-in, and it's after 11, but I'm assuming I'm going to take us into closed session because we've had staff out here waiting for this. And do we have to read something out for what we're going in? Pardon?
As long as you mention the subject matter for the closed session, which you have, I think you're fine.
Okay, and the subject matter will be the real property negotiations with the Palo Alto Post Office downtown. Okay.
got kind of touchy when they got into the housing comp plan. It related to St. Patrick's